Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, trick, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side manage shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the K squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the K squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show. Homie, I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat, I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the K squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the K squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got you clapped with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga. It'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the K squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the K squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. We in the house again. Y'all know that is Brother Eric, 16 to Life. You can go check out his music. Go out to his YouTube page. Go out and check Brother Eric at 16 to Life, his YouTube page. Funny cat. Got a lot of good stories. Did 24 years in California penitentiary system. He's got a lot of stories about being in the pen and when he was living the street life out on the street. Funny cat, good-hearted dude, man. You ever want to meet a good-hearted dude, man? Brother Eric is a good-hearted dude. Now, don't take that the wrong way. If you rub him the wrong way, man, he still got that street. He'll still put them street hands on you. But he's a good-hearted dude, man. Very good-hearted dude, man. If you want to hear some really funny stories about street life, go on over to 16 to Life, the YouTube page. You want to get some of his merchandise, some of his music, or maybe you want to put him to work, man. Maybe you want to make a song for you. Maybe you want to put him to work on something, on a project that you got. Go on over to the brother's page and or to his website, and because we want to support the brother, man. The brother did it. He did his time in the pen, and now he's out there trying to motivate these young cats to not even go down anywhere close to the path he went down, man. Just a good dude, man. Good dude. Go check him out. All right, that's Brother Eric, and now we're gonna go into why are you here? Why are you here? Well, you here. You didn't come here just to hear me, right? We got the sister, the Oracle is here with us today. Sister Oracle, how you doing today? Can you hear me?
It's a joy and a pleasure to be here, my brother. Thank you so much for having me. Yes, I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound coming in great, sis. Coming in
Okay,
great.
thank you.
Okay, so let's get right to it. Okay, so we met on We On Lock. Shout out to We On Lock YouTube page. You go check out We On Lock if you haven't subscribed to We On Lock. Go on over there and subscribe to We On Lock if you get a chance. Good brother, man. Another good dude. Shout out to Jay Takashi. If you don't mind, Sister Oracle, I'm gonna have Rico kind of sit in the background with
Sure.
us,
Yes.
if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay. Rico, you here?
Hi.
Yes, sir. Hey, how you
What's
doing,
going on,
Oracle?
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Okay.
Nice
Hey,
to
if
All
you
right. All
Oracle,
right.
can I be Neo?
Yes,
You
you
can be
should.
whatever
Okay,
you
I'm
want.
Neo. I'm on your side.
Can you
Team
be
Oracle.
quiet? Can you be
Okay.
quiet? That's the question. Can you be quiet, Rico?
Yes, sir.
All right. Shout out to Jay Takashi. Shout out to OG Patrice. And shout out to whoever else is out there in the bushes listening. Glad to have y'all in the building. All right. So let's get right to work. Sister Oracle, we met on We On Lock. Like I said, if you haven't already subscribed to We On Lock, good dude, man. He's got his own way of thinking, and he's a good dude. Go on over there and check him out and subscribe to his channel. Subscribe to the Oracle. If you haven't gone over there and subscribed to Oracle, your leadership station, go on over there and check her out. Now, we met over there, and the question was, you were asking me some questions in regards to Kevin Samuels. Do I have that right?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. Now, did you have any other question that was on your mind at this point to ask me? Because I know we ran out of time over there,
Yes.
and so we were trying to discuss it. Did you have any other questions?
Okay.
For
So
me?
if you don't mind, we'll probably try and start this off just jumping in on the deep end.
Okay.
And so I don't know. This is all how you say impromptu.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Sure.
bits of parody here and there. So I don't mind a little flagrant. So we'll just start off with this general question by introducing the audience as to what we may be dialoguing on. So I'll try and take the lead in that. You jump in anytime you feel free, Rico, whatever you know. And so thank y'all guys for having me over. It's a pleasure and a joy to community build with you people because we are a community and a collective, and this is our charge as leaders. Therefore, I like to kindly take just a moment, if the audience don't mind, just a bit of silence just for 1 second for the gentleman we'll be talking about on today, which is Mr. Kevin Samuels, who lost his life through some event we have yet to understand. So if you want to do that, Brother Clarence, before we get started, may he bless us with our commentary on today, if you care to do that.
Okay. Yeah. Everybody just let's just bow our heads for just a minute, just a second, and then I'll tell us when we can get, just take a thought, think about the life of the brother real quick. All right. All right, y'all. All right, y'all. I thank you for that, Oracle. I appreciate you for that.
Yeah, that was
Rico.
I just wanted to ask her one question just so we can set the audience.
Yes.
Brother Clarence is in his 50s. I'm in my 50s. I know you're younger than us, but because the reason why I only asked that is because as we're talking about Mr. Samuels, I would like the audience to know that we're not any young bucks, and we don't, I think the conversation would be different if we were a bunch of 20-year-olds. But I know me and Clarence are in our 50s, and you're somewhere in that area. I don't want you to.
I don't mind.
Okay.
I don't mind. That's more than fair to ask that of me because I am new to your station.
No, and I only ask because I want the audience to know that these are mature people that was in Kevin's generation or adjacent to his generation. So when we're speaking from that
generation.
Yeah. So I always try to tell people, like, look, he was younger than me. So if that helps, that's all. Okay. So you look like you're 20. Yes, I think you're a little bit.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, I am in my 50s. I'm a graduate student. I have a bachelor's degree in sociology, a associate's degree in science. I am getting my bachelor's degree, I'm getting my master's degree of business administration in HR, organization, and behavior. I am working toward trying to become cum laude. I would not have a lot of time to do a lot of research on other matters. So in the future, if we got a heads up to give me time to groom, that would be really appreciative as y'all have done so for me on this particular time frame now. So yes, I am in my mid-50s and I am of the educated class. So yes.
Thank you. So the audience, no reason to question her credentials, her maturity level, or anything of that sort. Because they sometimes like to question me and Clarence because we don't have the credentials. So I'm glad we got somebody credentialed as well in the conversation.
Shout out to the Harris Tribe Media. Shout out to you. Okay, sis, whenever you're ready, you want to.
Okay, so and thank you so much again for having me, everybody. So we'll begin with the dialogue, Mr. Kevin Samuels, and I charge him with the House Negro syndrome in so many ways as to where.
Hold on, sis. Shout out to Sir Harold Speaks. Glad to have you in the building as well. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
As to where we need to address our feminine natures in our femininity in our women, as opposed to degrading them in a electoral disgruntled way. In fact, the majority of Black women are overweight. They are aloof in some ways. Fact, they are undereducated. They are under value and income level. Fact, they are underclass. So with that being said, I am not charging Kevin Samuels for the ideas that he was addressing for women to have the whole entire nerve to want a high value man, but I am charging him in not presenting a gentleman in addressing those same tactics or same objectives or attributes in Black women. Okay? Black men taking it upon themselves to address Black women on that same low level, low vibrational level, such as in some cases that Kevin Samuels did and was controversial about. So, okay.
Well, I think well, let me talk for myself because Rico definitely he's here. He'll talk for himself, but I definitely didn't agree with the way he handled some of the situations that he did. You know, even if he was correct in his assessment, I thought he could have delivered the information a little better, in my opinion, right? But that was me. That's how I felt. But obviously, a lot of people liked the way he did that. I personally thought he could have done it better. So it goes into what actually was he trying to do? Was he actually trying to help, or was he actually trying to hurt, or whatever? So that's what could get into question. Now, my personal feeling is he was actually trying to help. Now, he might be one of those type of guys where they think that type of delivery is shocking enough where it's going to have the effect that they're looking for. I don't know, but I could see how that could be misunderstood or mistaken that he is trying to be a certain way or be a derogatory to the females. That's my opinion.
Okay, and in that
Can I
statement,
answer that, Oracle?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, you feel free. Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to point out that I'm glad you listed all of those things that you said about Black women, the facts, which is true. But there's two things that stood out to me when I was introduced to Kevin or came introduced to his content was, one, for all those things that you listed about Black women, there's a synonymous, deficient characteristic for Black men that they would never tell. And what was even more disheartening about it is they would throw out this generalized statement, and the statement was, Black men are doing the work or have done the work. So a totally ambiguous statement. It's like, what the hell are you guys even talking about? Black men have done, as if Black men have overcome all of their deficiencies and Black women haven't, which I knew was wholly untrue. And then the second part about it, as to speaking about them in a, I almost lost my train of thought here for a second, them in a derogatory way, it bothered me because just the point was, he kept pushing forth a narrative. They created this fictional space of the 80-20. 80% of the women want the top 10% of the men. And I find that to be wholly untrue and unsubstantiated anywhere. I do not believe that the vast majority of Black women, if you know you're not qualified for it, you're not looking for what you're not qualified for. That's like me saying with a high school diploma, I want to be the CEO of Lehman Marcus. No, I don't. I'm happy to get hired there, wherever I fit in. So to push the narrative that all these Black women are unruly and unwieldy because they all want the top 2%, when I'm like, I've never, of all the Black women I have been with in my life, none of them was looking for that, because that is not what they were. They didn't come from that socioeconomic standard, so they wasn't looking for that. But that narrative being put forth created everybody to say that Miss Betty right down the street that's making $30,000 a year is looking for a millionaire. Why? Why would she even bring her mind to think that? And it just was untrue. That was where my problem came in with the narrative in both ways.
Okay. That's fair. So basically, I'm understanding you to say that you do not agree with a majority of the tactics that was used to reach out to this audience of Black women.
Absolutely not.
However, we can't discount the facts.
Right.
So
yes.
we want to be responsible here. So we want to make sure that when we're addressing that notion that he had expressed, that we do make sure that we're not trying to discount what his facts were.
So the narrative about weight. The narrative about weight is a problem throughout our community. I would never tell him that Black women are not overweight, but a lot of Black men are too.
Mm-hmm.
And because we just have food deserts in our community, we have poor.
But Rico.
He was completely correct.
Rico.
Yes.
The man spent 2 years going in on Black men.
So what?
Going in. So he did basically the same thing. So he was telling them they weigh too much. He was telling them they need to improve their income.
But there are reasons why we have weight issues in our community that went completely ignored.
But that's not the issue. Whether it is, but Rico, that's not the issue that we got. Of course we got reasons why the weight is like that. That's not the issue. The issue is most men are going to be attracted more to a woman that's that has a much more what I want to say,
but why
appealing weight.
But why take that tactic and insert it into a gender war when technically, it's not the black men or black women's fault for both of us being overweight, high rates of high heart disease, high rates of diabetes.
I don't think. I think he was.
That's all I'm saying.
I think the way he delivered it, he could have did it a lot better. Even when he did it to, but even when he did it to men,
you weaponize.
Yeah, right. Even when he did it to men, he could have did it a lot better. I agree.
Right.
I agree.
That's
but I just don't want us to get off the fact that what he would the truth of what he was saying, because I think Oracle was saying the same thing. The truth of what he's saying, we're not gonna. That's not what debate. We're just debating the way he delivered the message, right?
But I started with, I agree with every stat she said.
Okay.
I started with that.
Yes.
Right.
So you kind of let the cat out the bag where I was going with this.
Oh, sorry.
I had it all set up too.
I'm sorry.
So since we jumped the gun, we'll go ahead and speak on it. We're not talking about. See, Brother Clarence caught on real quick right then and there. Yeah, this is not about the actual concepts. This is about the weaponization of the actual concepts. You see, it's a clever way to blend in a way to weaponize a message that is true. So that's the core of what we're going on today. We're just setting the stage because we do things together, but yet we cannot come to one accord as a people. Therefore, we have a breakdown in our Black communities. And so spearheading this conversation was Mahogo, and I'm pretty sure Brother Clarence caught on when he interjected there. So I thank you so much for that, Brother Clarence, for catching that. So where I would go from here then, and since this build up is now like we're going from A to Z in an instant, let's kind of capture the middle. Again, I cannot iterate enough that Kevin Sevens was speaking on facts, but we're not talking about that here today. We're here to talk about the addressing of females. We need to start with that because the man is the lead. That is his charge in order to keep the collective in a cohesive fashion, a harmonious state, and a holistic way. So with that understanding in mind, how do we move from weaponizing what's fact about these females or females in general in the Black community to reaching her on a more, I'll just say it, reaching her on a presentation of showing her what a man is, because she hasn't seen that yet. Obviously, she don't see that in her Black man. Speaking as a Black woman, what she sees is an immature, polygynistic mentality. So we're going to touch on that too, but I want to jump the gun. It kind of morphed into this because of I didn't get to do the build up, but that's okay. So we'll just go backwards just for a second. So if you don't
hold on,
mind,
Sir Hill, we're gonna lay the foundation, man. Give us about maybe another 40 minutes, brother, and then I'll open it up, and you can jump on Rico with both feet, brother.
Okay.
Go get your cousin if you want to. All right, sorry about that, Oracle. Okay.
Okay. So the question would be, dear Brother Clarence, the next question would be, can you list attributes just off the top of your head? Pick out the most ratchet Taniqua you can find in your brain right now, dear sir.
Okay.
List out attributes about her that pisses you off as a Black man.
Okay. I would say the promotion of promiscuity in young females. I think that is a number one. That is a depth charge that is dealing with us right now. That's a torpedo that's coming straight at us at every generation. Is the acceptance of the promotion and the acceptance of promiscuity in young Black females. I think that is a huge problem that we have, and I see a lot of our primarily Black women, because I think if any other race of people were putting that jacket on us, we would have a problem with it. But black women are saying you're strong if you're promiscuous. That shows strength if you're promiscuous. I think that's one of the wrong ideas that is out there, as well as the idea of, in my opinion, that a man is only as good as his wallet. I think that's another issue that is out there because you can lose your wallet, but it's very difficult. You're going to be who you are. If you have a certain kind of character, you're going to be who you are. You can never lose that. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So a wallet can be lost, money can be lost, but character, good character in a man, is tough to. I always say the same statement: a good woman is worth twice her weight in gold. A good man is worth 100 times his weight in gold. A good man is just so hard to find that they're worth 100 times their weight in gold, in my opinion. So those are just two things. Do you need me to list any more?
Oh, no. This was just off the top of your head. I wanted you to imagine a Shaniqua.
Okay.
You know,
got two or three of them.
the whole entire of her, you know, just kind of rip off. Me personally, if I was to see a Shaniqua, I would say she doesn't accept her hair. You know, she doesn't accept her physical attributes naturally. She has a bodacious attitude that's very unattractive and unappealing. You know, those type of attributes. But here you list, you went straight for the promiscuity. So
Absolutely.
when you see a Shaniqua, you see her as a promiscuous black female.
Well, you asked me to think about somebody that and when I'm thinking in that mind frame, I'm thinking of the worst of females that are promoting certain types of stereotypes out there about our young black females. So that's what I was thinking of. Now, do I know a lot of different Shaniquas? No, I got a very small circle, so I don't know a lot of people like that. But it might be some out there that's not like that.
Yeah, strictly visual. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, it might be some out there that's not like that.
If you were her uncle, say, you know, relationship to somebody would be uncle. You know, you're not responsible for her, yet you are in charge of making sure you instill in her values and morality. What was some of those values and morality you would tell Mr. Kevin to express in his dialogue?
I mean, I think he expressed a lot of them. I think he expressed a lot of them. I think the problem was.
I know, but we're speaking with you as an outside, you know, your own individual self. You know, just
I would say, okay. Well, let me just talk about the things that I feel, and I know whether he did it or not. Definitely the art of getting educated and placing character above all else in a man. Character is worth more than the money, but that, in my opinion, has not been expressed enough. Where it's the character that's worth more. Because with a good man with good character, with the right woman with them, he can be worth $1 billion. He can make her life really good. They can make each other's lives really well, right? But if you get a man with a lot of money, but he ain't got a good character, you know, you're gonna be sitting in a big house by yourself, you know, always having problems all the time, in my opinion. So I would say, teach that, you know, if you're gonna be with a man, make sure the man has the kind of character that you feel like you can be okay with, because there ain't no man that don't make no mistakes. There's no man, and nobody has no chicken wings behind us. So we make mistakes. I don't care how good of a man you got, he's made a mistake or two. So it's having the character to be able to say, well, even though this man made this mistake, the character is there where he can mature and learn from it, and we'll be a better people. That is the major lesson I would teach, among other ones.
Okay. So, with that being understood, let me ask you this: do you feel that black men have a certain list of things he have a problem with as it relates to the black female? Is there like a
Absolutely.
list? Okay. Is there
Absolutely.
a, if you don't mind, if I'm saying or asking, questions that just, too invasive, I understand. But
Nah, this is good. It's
yes,
good. So far, so good.
I will go in.
So far, so good. So far, so
Okay.
good.
All right.
Well, just
To
want to say
make
shout out to everybody in the chat. I haven't been able to shout you all you guys out today because I mean we in the talking and the sister's so eloquent. I don't want to interrupt her, but shout out to everybody in the chat. All right. So you want the list, Sister Oracle?
yeah, just about four or five things, that you make a name on that list.
That black men have a problem with black women.
Yeah, that just straight up.
Uh,
Don't hold back now, because this is an important, how important it is, right?
are you
So
right?
make sure,
Okay.
yeah, just
I believe one of the things on that list would be the issue of controlling the relationship. I think that would be one issue. I think then the issue of um, the double standards, the certain double standards. One double standard being, I got to continue to make money, right? Because one of the things you accepted about me is the amount of money that I make, right? So I got to continue to make that amount of money or more, right? But as the female, you don't have to continue to create arousal, meaning that you can let yourself go, you can do this, and then if I go out and because you're not arousing me anymore, I go out and I slip and spend time with somebody else that is arousing me. That's an issue. That's now it's just my fault. Well, it is my fault for doing that, but it's also what is the environment that's creating creating me to seek outside opportunities. What is the environment going on in here? And so that's another thing, that double standard, because men can't follow. If a man falls off on his income, that's a big situation, right? But if a woman falls off of creating the sexual arousal, now the man's supposed to be like, oh well, but I don't think women get the point where arousal is very important. I don't care if you're 40, 50, 60 years old. Arousal is very important in a relationship. Anyway, moving on. Disciplining children. I think there's a huge problem in the black community between black men and women. Men have a different opinion of how to discipline, especially the boys. Especially the boys, man. A lot of these women are not They have a certain viewpoint of the boys, and so they try to protect them from the harshness of the disciplinarian of the man, and they don't realize what's going to happen when a man tries to discipline a boy, and a female sees it as an attack or sees it as you're trying to undermine the boy or you're going to hurt the boy. They fear that the boy is going to be hurt, so they will try to protect the boy. What the boy will see is the what do you call that? We're not on the same team. So the boy will pit one adult over the other one, right? And then what happens is the arguments happen, right? Now this is what happens when you argue in front of a child. When you argue in front of a child grows up thinking both of these people are always right because they're always on the same team. Now what the child has to decide when they see you arguing, one of these people that I had my confidence in both of these people. One of them is wrong. Obviously, one of them is wrong. Which one is the wrong one? That's a decision you give a child when you argue in front of you. That's why I always tell people, don't argue in front of your children, because this is what you have. Now the child has to decide which one of these people is wrong. I can't decide which one is wrong. I don't even know the situation, right? The child don't even know the situation most of the time. They just see you arguing. They say, what the heck's going on? I don't know who's wrong. So what do? They say, I can't take one and leave the other one. I'll put them both out. I just won't listen to either one of them, and then they go in the street and listen to people out in the street. So that's another issue that happens. Okay, last one. This is a big one. This was gonna hurt a little bit. We have a difference of opinion of the impact of single parenthood, particularly single motherhood, in the Black community. Black men have a difference of opinion on the impact of that and how that's perpetually impacting the Black community. And I think single moms sometimes will feel like, hey, what's the big deal? But most single guys, that's why I tell single guys, if you know you're not mature enough to deal with single moms, just don't leave them alone until you get to a age enough to mature enough, because a lot of these single guys will play with single moms. They create relationships with these children, and then it don't work out with the single mom, and then the guy could just walk out. But the child is like, man, my only role model or my only male person in my life just walked out of my life. So I'm talking about young Black men. I'm talking about maybe in their 20s and maybe up to the mid 30s. They don't understand that impact on the children. I mean, a grown woman, she'll get over the fact that you ain't there. But sometimes these children, man, they don't get over the impacts. And Rico could actually really talk about that. But they don't get over the impacts of, you were there 1 minute and then you're not there, and then now what are they going to do? They looking around for somebody else to model themselves after. So those are just a couple of things that I feel like are issues between Black men and Black women that are unresolved.
Okay, so I understand you to say that we have lots of situations that is the core breakdown in communication between a Black woman and a Black man in the household. So I understand you to say that the controlling factor that females have. So my rebuttal to that is that unfortunately during the 1970s was when we found our breakdown. So we're going to have a candid conversation here, but if you don't mind, let me discuss this with you guys for just a second. During the 1970s, we had the upbeat of welfare programs. Okay, this was all, in my personal opinion, a whole setup for the breakdown of the Black family. It was an agenda, in my personal opinion. I do believe that certain law enforcement and FBI agents had a hand in those factors by placing heinous drugs and other things allegedly in our communities that the Black Panthers tried to address, and other factions tried to address. Okay. Unfortunately, we lost that battle, and when we lost that battle, we lost our families. Okay. So what I'm proposing or posing is that we, as the elders in our community, should be teaching our young generations, all of them, because we have several generations beneath us, these facts, so they can have some reckoning as to why they have the economic, social situation that we are presented with on today, in today's time. We cannot ignore that. We cannot ignore how we got here. When we ignore how we got here, then we want to blame one another. Then we want to go in on one another. And women, or the weaker vessel, will more than likely look up to her man as a whole letdown. Let me let you know that, okay? And this is speaking to general public at large, is that we look at our gentlemen as whole letdowns on a faction or a fact or a result of these things that they have been victimized by, but we don't know our history. We don't know how we got here. So we're doing a blame game. We're blaming the Black man for not being able to save us and support us and be there for us in the way of fatherhood, familyhood, husbandhood, and the like. We've moved away from certain moralities related to familyhood. When we don't have a family, we don't have that morality that goes with it. So no, it's not going to be practiced. Okay. So unfortunately, during the 1980s, we suffered the colors. Now, these are the groups of people that collected unto themselves as a unit, a family. So we had the Bloods and the Crips and the welfare mothers, okay, during this time frame. It's all set up. So we don't consider that whenever you have that situation in front of you as a Black female, I did not have to suffer this. I was married for 25 years, but I've seen it all around me. So I'm speaking from visual and experience from others that I love, that I've been exposed to, and the like. With that being understood, I did see and notice that a lot of these mothers were not being single or trying to be single. Let's let that sink in for a second. They weren't single by choice for the most part. Usually what winds up happening is that this guy can't get a job. So his only way out is breaking the law in whatever way you see that to be. Okay. When he breaks the law, he's going to have one of three things that happens to him. He's either going to lose his life, or he's going to get incarcerated or incapacitated somehow, wound up in some mental institution. So now you have the mental health issue at play. Okay.
Can I respond to just one thing real quick? Sister Oracle, that goes back to my point about character. If we were to choose, same thing on the men's side, if we were to choose people more based on character and see what happens in the situation that we're in right now is because of the mass hypnosis that the people have, that it's better to be with somebody that's attractive than to be with somebody with good character, right? It's better to be with somebody that's attractive. So we choose people based on their sexual marketplace attractiveness, right? Instead of choosing them with a blend. Yeah, of course you're gonna have to have some type of attractiveness to the person, but the character should be just as high. The character, and maybe even more. The character has to play a bigger part, because if you choose people that are without good character, then the type of things that you were describing may happen.
I want to rebuttal on that. My pushback to the character situation is, it goes back to what I was stating. If you don't know a model to learn character from, you will not be instilled with character or morality. So if you're not having that, especially as a man that is being raised in a single family home, and a single family parent is a female, she does not have the capacity to teach that man how to be a man. Therefore, if no one's there to teach this young man how to be a man, then he's going to develop the traits that he sees. And so if she's an amoral parent, he's going to be amoral as a child. So therefore, when you say character, who is the dating pool? What dating pool do we have? We don't have men falling off the trees of universities at large. We do not have men that are even saved in the church houses at large. We have pimp preachers for those that do have any type of morality that they look up to. They're learning this from their pastors. They're learning this from those leaders in the community. They have multiple females, and we live in a polygynistic, a polygamy type situation. We don't practice monogamy, and we'll get to that, because I understand Rico had a question.
Well, and this is what I wanted to ask, because this is what I heard you say, and I think, and it made me think of something. And it sometimes, and I lose it, and then sometimes it comes back to me. The problem with some of this conversation is this is 2022, and I would say for the better part of maybe the last 15 to 20 years, America has been in a fairly decent economic position. But the era that you were talking about, like you said, and I remember vividly because I lived through the 70s and 80s. I'm a 64 baby. And I know, like you said, we the black communities went through high degrees of, as you stated, unemployment. Where and America went through high levels of, we got this record 3.6%, but during some of those times, unemployment was like it was at the early part, when we had the high unemployment, but it wasn't for like a year or two. It might have been a decade where unemployment might have been 10 to 11%. And for black people, that would be 15 to 16%. Because remember, we always suffer at a greater rate. So as she said, a lot of black men did fall into, whether it's bootlegging, whether it's drug dealing. The neighborhoods I all grew up with, there was a small percentage, and a lot of black women were working. They weren't necessarily getting welfare because my mother didn't get it, but they were the working poor. They worked at hotels. They were waitresses. They cleaned people's houses. They were like nurses' aid. So, they would get some substance, but they wouldn't get others. So I think people are looking at things through a lens now with this gender war, but you have to realize there was like almost 2 decades of a lost generation of black men who, while it was not the black woman's fault, we still, and I watched these men. These were men that were my father's age, and I could have been that, fortunately, as they said, there but for the grace of God goes I, because I watched so many of my peers get into trouble, hustling, because you're just trying to make money, because white people were not quick to give you a job. When it's high rates of unemployment, they're going to hire their own first. Your ass going to be the last to get a job if you get one. And that's the part I think in the conversation people are leaving out. So during the 70s and 80s, and I remember I was living in Washington, D.C., the mayor had to take city funds to make up jobs just to give us jobs as teenagers to keep us from getting into trouble in the streets. And it was called Youth Employment for the Summer. First job I had outside of a paper route. And they would just make shit up, go pick up trash in the park, just so we can give you a check. And that helped us supplement ourselves to buy school clothes because our parents couldn't afford it. So there were situations like that a lot where they wouldn't hire grown men, but it was cheaper to hire children to do something in this predominantly black city. And I'm sure it occurred all around the country. But yes, there were periods where unemployment rate for black men was very high. A lot of them went to jail for whatever reason. And that, I think, more so than anything else, mass incarceration and the drug wars did more to break up the black family than anything by times 5. So I just wanted to put that in the conversation, because I think we go into he looks good, he doesn't look good. There were periods of maybe a decade or two where black women didn't have a lot of black men that were free to choose from. It was slim pickings because they were fucking locking us up so much for almost anything. You would get locked up for vagrancy, truancy, all sorts of petty crimes. And then they would trump more and more stuff up on you. So, I mean, that's a real thing during the 70s, and that crack epidemic hit in the 80s. And we know what happened in the inner cities. We know what happened when the crack epidemic, when the CIA. So I put more of it on mass incarceration because it was an excuse to lock us up. It created more jobs for white people because they built more fucking prisons. They built more prisons in rural America to lock us up in, to warehouse us. But it didn't create more jobs for us. So in these last 20 years, I'm glad y'all are enjoying this economic boom, but it wasn't always that way for all of us. And I remember it vividly. So I just wanted to put that up because you did mention it, Oracle, and I thought that was an important thing. And that's what I thought she was talking about more so than, that's what I got out of it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, sure. Yes. You bring up very important points that our community needs to address, is that we have a loss gap that an opportunity that was lost through that gap that we're trying to create a bridge for. In order to create the bridge, we have to build anew. We have to be renewed by our mind, our spirit, our soul, and put our soul and our heart and our love back into our people and prioritize our women. Our women are the birth of our continuation. If we do
Agreed.
not have a womb, we do not have a child. If a black man is not making a child with that black woman and no black children are coming out of her womb, what do you believe would happen to the black race? Okay.
Only black children come out of the black woman's womb.
We
Only
have
black children.
exactly. We have to start thinking on those levels because we're going to be facing issues with replacement rates if we continue on this path of self um, eugenics. Okay, it's nothing less than eugenics. So if that's the case, would you say that there needs to be a new, refreshed thought of value, not only in the black man but also in the black woman?
Talking to me, Sister Oracle?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, yeah, of course, of course, of course. You can't build a nation without your woman. Back in, I think that I don't even know if it was the 1200s, 1200 BC. I forgot the date, but there was a point in time where the Chinese kept getting overrun by the Huns, right? The Huns kept coming in and overrunning them, and so the Chinese said to themselves, "Hey, we're just gonna only have boy babies so that we can have soldiers to fight these Huns." So what they decided was, if a girl child was born, they would just do away with it, right? Put it out in the jungle or whatever, delete it, right? But they found out very quickly that was not a good idea, right? That's not a good idea. Maybe we ought to slow down on that idea, right? Because the only way you can have a strong nation is with a strong woman. You can't have because a woman is the first teacher of the children. And so if you have a weak woman or you have a weak-minded woman, she's going to teach your children to be weak-minded. So how do we get this? How do we teach this? Well, it's a complicated thing because so many other factors are involved. If it were just us with ourselves, then it would be less complicated. But now we have the external invasion of ideas from the mass media. We have the external that drop, right? And they can pay good money to black people to show our people how to be the worst people possible. Now we got to try to reel that all in and try to teach our people, hey man, that's maybe that's entertainment, but for us, if you really want to be successful in life, whatever that means to you, but typically most of us that means having a decent family, being able to feed our families, and enjoying our family, enjoying our friends and family, right? That is pretty much what most people want, right? Yeah, there's some people would like it if they got rich and all that, but most people just want to live a comfortable life where they had people chasing them down over their bills and their families in good health. That's pretty much what most people want. So, how do we teach our women a better way? Well, one thing we have to get the women to accept that they're not being taught a good way. And that's the problem. That is one of the key issues that a lot of people have is that we can't, it's difficult for us to teach that because of the way we're addressing it. That's one thing I agree with you on about Kevin Samuels. I don't think he addressed it in a way where it was palatable for most of the black women to see, hey, maybe there's something wrong. It's like even if you put the fact that somebody's results are not getting them where they want to go, but if you say it to them in a way that's insulting them all the time, they're going to get stuck on the insult and not the results that you're promoting to them, right? And that's the issue that we have in the black community because a lot of black men are they feel like the black women should submit to the insults that they are being given to get to the ultimate information, and they don't understand that. I don't care what if you tell somebody how bad their situation is, if you telling them and you insulting them constantly, they're not going to listen to you. They're not. They're gonna burn the village down. Just,
So
you know what I'm saying?
yes,
So
yes,
that's my point.
yes. So I hear what you're saying, and you have a strong point that we probably need to put a pin in that. So let's
Okay.
put a pin in that. Maybe we'll do some research and come up with some things on a later time on how we address one another, because Black women are very guilty of that. We call our men out of their names. We don't cook their meals when they're coming in from work. We don't run their bath water. We do not do their laundry. We keep nasty houses. We are very much in a nail shop while little Tom Tom and little Keisha is out there looking like who God and who child is it. And it's just a natural fact. I don't care who says what. You go in any urban neighborhood, you will see Monifa in the nail shop while her child looking like God forbid. Okay? So we have some addressing to do on both ends, but as the leader of the Black community, dear Black man, what say you about self-correcting in order to show her correction in a correct way?
You mean self-correcting as men?
Self-correcting as men, as owning up to your faults and your failures in any portion of a two-way street. Now, in relationships, women are not solely the fault. Men are at fault too. Okay?
Right.
So
Right.
it takes two to tango. So in that,
Correct.
you see your faults in yourself just as I spelled out the faults in my Black women and me and myself. Is it possible for Black men to do the same?
Yes. I mean, that was always my issue with people that were saying that Kevin Samuels was so hard on Black women. If you go back beyond to 2020, I mean, he was even worse with Black men. He was even worse with them. So now we can definitely reflect on each other. Oh, hold on, Rico. We could definitely reflect on ourselves and say, let me say this: those of us that have a mind to, because it's a mentality. You have to have enough humility inside of yourself to say, maybe I could be wrong. I probably could be wrong. Some people don't have that. You know what I mean? Some people don't, they don't have the mentality where they feel like they could be wrong, right? But those are a lot of brothers can. And one other point I want to make, I think that's a good idea. I think the idea about being what you want someone else to be, reflect that in yourself. I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good start if we could get everybody to do that. Now, the other point I want to make is about what you were saying about how there not being that many Black men available out there to. I think there's a lot of good Black dudes out there, but they don't make a certain amount of money. They don't have a very good nice car. They don't have a lot of toys. They don't have a 3-story house. But there's a lot of hardworking good Black dudes out there. The problem is,
I agree. Mm-hmm.
The women are not looking for those dudes. They don't seek those dudes. They seek out the outliers a lot of times. And then if they don't achieve an outlier, now they start looking for those kind of dudes or what's left of those dudes.
Rico, if you don't, okay. I want to insert this part because this needs to be said. You know how you're matching up women with this stringent of trying to be a Karen or a how you say a high class rap star in the general public. You know how we have our young men like to dress up like their favorite athletic star. So you have a lot of that.
Right.
And then on the women's side, you have she wants to be a Nicki Minaj or whatever have you. And this is the whole goal, right? Now, she wants the lifestyle to match her appearance. Grab a hold of what I'm saying to you here. It doesn't end with looks. You now have your reason as to why she wants a high value man. She wants to match how she looks with what she's able to keep up to through her man. And the only way she can do that without any major pushback is to land her a man of means. Why? Because he is leading with his wallet. Once she wins him.
Agreed.
And it has nothing to do with character on either end. So she could be the most ratchet and get her a baller.
Agreed.
He could be the most player and get him a ratchet.
Rico.
Yeah. So if anybody wants to insert there, that would be a great right there.
I got a question for both of you. Right? Both. Now a little smoke for you both, a little bit, just a little bit. Right? I want to start with this first, Clarence, right? Because I've heard this multiple times. Okay. Kevin had to smoke for the men. Kevin had to smoke for the men. Kevin had to. Now I've seen a couple of clips where I know where he went after the guy about him being fat, don't have a big D, just that, whatever, right? But what I'm sitting there saying is, we know when he talked about black women, it was a night after night after night narrative about black women. I've seen him go after individual black men. I get that. So if I went after you, Clarence, that's not saying I'm going after, but I'm not saying black men are deadbeats, black men are this, black men are that, black men aren't just in that, and black women are building up. So I'm not saying he didn't say that, but I have seen zero evidence to show me that he went after black men other than the individual instances in the same way he did about black women over a long arching period of time. But I see people saying that, and I'm like,
he did, but not. It wasn't the same setup, Rico.
Yeah.
Here's why. Let me explain why. Let me explain why.
Different. That lands different rather than me saying, Clarence, you a bum, rather than saying all black men are bums.
But Rico, let's do the math behind it. Okay. The math behind it is, nope. When he was doing that to black men, nobody was watching those shows.
I'm not right, exactly.
So wait a minute. So this is what I'm saying. So it's not because if we would have watched him do that, he would have been doing that. But people started watching him when he started going in on black women. That's why he started putting his show around black women, because that's what people care. People cared more about black women than black men.
But I'm not.
That's the reality of that situation.
The problem was, I'm saying there were. So you do agree that there were two different performances when he went after black men. He performed one way. One thing. He played one particular character against black men, even though he insulted them both. But he played it a different way against black women. So I could have been insulting Oracle.
Let me say it this way, Rico. Let me say it this way, and then let me let you finish.
Go ahead.
He had a different mechanism for handling black women. Right. I'm not going to say he was, because he was both. What I saw, he handled it both ways. But when I say he had a different mechanism of how he dealt with black women, as far as the mechanism for black women, he did it every day. And the reason black men, he didn't do it every day because nobody cared about that.
Let me be clear. This is what I saw. Like, I'm Kevin. I'm talking to Oracle. I say something to her. She come back. And the first thing I hear, then he would pre-deposit it as, this is what's wrong with black women, not Oracle anymore. When he was attacking black men, I say something about you. You come back, he would attack you. He wouldn't attack black men.
No, he would attack black men too.
No,
he did too.
I haven't seen it. That's what I said.
Okay, all right.
I hear people say that, and they say it, and without me seeing it, I'm like, that's two different ways, because if I'm beating up on you, you come back, I keep beating up on you. That's one thing. If I'm beating up on her, she come back, and I'm like, this is what's wrong with black women. So then you got a whole gang of women that's like, whoa, that might be her. Why is that all of us? That's one thing I wanted to point out, because I
agree with you on that.
I keep hearing people preach this narrative that he did the same thing to black men, and I'm saying I don't think it was the same. I think he did it,
but I see what you're saying, Rico. I see what you're saying, and I agree with you.
That's all
I agree with you. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
And that matters. We can't act like that.
Well, see now, Rico. Now, I think if he was talking to black men every night and getting frustrated like that every night with black men, he probably would have said the same thing.
And that's
all. But nobody wanted to see that.
And
what they wanted to see is him attacking black women.
Maybe he
That's
never
what the people
got,
want to see.
right. Maybe he never got to that level because he wasn't getting the attention. So he never really did. He did insult some black men, but he never went in on them the same way. And they keep pushing this narrative to excuse the level of abuse that black women had to take, and that's all I'm saying.
I don't think anybody's excusing the abuse, Rico.
I think they're excusing it. Let me tell you why they're excusing it. Because the first thing they do is they go to, oh, he did black men too. Nobody said it. I'm like, he didn't do it the same way. If it wasn't done the same way, you know what I'm saying?
I mean,
that's their go-to. He did it to black men too. I'm like, I've seen one video.
He has plenty of videos where he went in on them. But my point is Rico, he was not going to do that because nobody was interested in him taking it to that level. Whereas with black women, they were. So I agree with you. Yeah. It wasn't to the same level because he wasn't night after night talking to men. No. Nobody wanted to see that.
What was the thing you said, Oracle? Was something I wanted to catch you on. I'm sorry, arguing with my fellow Negrosaurus. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry, ma'am. What was it you said? Because I got a question.
I got swept up in a conversation, but let me see if I can remember some of what we were talking about just now. I think we were talking to the fact that men being
I know what it was. I'm sorry. Okay. Again, this is the one question I want you to put a pin in, or at least help me understand.
Okay.
Is the fact, again, I don't accept the narrative. Because even you said it a moment ago, Shaniqua want that high value man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not seeing in all my searching and all my research and all my study, where's the evidence? And I don't even think
Kevin has more than enough evidence that that's the case.
That the vast majority of women,
that came up there, was the whole conversation.
Okay. And what I would say is this:
plenty of women.
And let me tell you, coming from a legal background,
mm-hmm.
Kevin, while he may not have been a lawyer, he was very good at doing this thing that's called leading the witness,
mm-hmm.
and it was night in and night out, and it was performative. So mm-hmm. That may not have been what you were looking for, but I can lead you to that. So. If that's the body of evidence, I debunk it because I don't see any evidence outside.
There's nothing wrong with a black woman's tongue.
It's not right. I'm not saying that, but I'm sitting there saying is what lawyers are good at. They're good at leading you into getting yourself right into trouble.
I saw that differently.
Right.
I saw that as him being able to pull out facts because it's natural for her to say no.
No, I believe they had the ability. I don't always believe when I looked at, in my mind, when I looked at what I deemed just from what I heard by ear, some of the literally to me, and I got introduced to him after the Average at Best video.
Oh, okay.
After a while, it came into my mind.
I've been watching him since the beginning. So
I'm being honest. I only picked up from that point, but literally from that point on, night after night, I swear some nights it was like, is this the same show? Is it the same woman? Because the same mentality,
that was the whole
same mentality was coming across. So I'm like, if I'm talking to Shaniqua, we know what Shaniqua.
It was definitely a skit.
Yes.
So it was a scripted skit.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's why I'm like, I can't buy any of it because it's like Love and Hip Hop, reality TV. I just don't accept it because I don't see any empirical evidence outside of this that says any of this is true.
I have to beg to differ because of the fact that we have a mouthpiece on us. He corrected a few of them with their mouthpiece.
Yes, I'm not talking about the mouthpiece.
So why would it be any different for them to say, no, that is not the case. I am not after a man because of this, that. No, they're trying to qualify.
Well,
we're giving him the whole option to say, I am not going to tell you how much I weigh. He's getting dress sizes.
That I get the weight issue.
Right. You know how tall they are. No, what I'm saying to you is the only reason why she will offer up this information is because she is definitely interested in a high value man, not even to that degree, but to the degree to which she think that she deserves a high value man.
Right. So what I did believe in his concept of well, not even his concept, but the concept of hypergamy. I believe every woman that called in now her high value, she could have been making 30,000. High value to her could be 40 or 50.
Okay.
Because you know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm just sitting there singing. It's the narrative of she's 30,000, she's looking for a 7-figure man. I'm like,
I see your point. I see your point on that. You know but I'm going to tell you, to be honest with you, a fairy tale is still a fairy tale.
Yes.
And we believe still in fairy tale.
Yeah, I believe in it. I believe
and it's even worse when they're younger, these women.
And that's all I was getting at. That's all I was getting at.
I agree.
It just seemed too much to
was
say.
Was it scripted? Yes.
Yeah. I got 6 kids, no baby daddy. I'm making $25,000 a year, and somebody like Pretty Woman Richard Gere gonna come save me while I'm turning tricks. That ain't gonna happen. And if that's the case, black women got bigger problems than dates.
I believe that was his
not delusional. They're insane.
Yes.
I got a question.
If you believe that,
I believe that was his narrative. Yeah, that was his whole argument.
Yes.
Okay, Rico, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
If black women are willing to accept less than this high value man, how come so many of them are single?
I don't think they're holding out for what they never had. So I mean, I think there are a lot of. I'll say this: I think there are a lot of valid reasons why a lot of black women are single. I think, like you said, I believe in the combativeness issue. You know, like I said, I come from a mother that was very combative, very strong-willed, very headstrong. I don't blame my daddy for leaving. I get that, but she wouldn't hold out for no high-value man. Just couldn't nobody tell her shit.
But that's the point, Rico. There's no man that she feels that
she wasn't gonna listen to a high value man. Is what I'm saying. A combative.
Oh, I think wait. You're trying to tell me a woman? I don't care if she's like combative or whatever. If this man could give her the lifestyle that she really feels is a nice lifestyle, you don't think she would be at least interested in trying to put a relationship together with
Clarence, what I'm saying is she will be interested, she will want. But if you believe money will break bad character, money will not clean up bad character.
No, I'm not saying that.
Let me finish. A hoe in them streets without money, she marry a millionaire, she's still a hoe. And she's not gonna break that character. That's all I'm saying. And the concept that money's going to fix everything is not true.
But like the sister was saying, it's a fairy tale. It's a fairy tale. That's what I'm saying. The sister was saying it's a fairy tale. Right. It's something it's an abstract concept in their mind that, hey, if I marry this dude with all this money, all my problems gonna go away.
But you asked me a question about what is all the reason, and I'm sitting there saying there are lots of reasons why black women are not married. I don't think just sitting around believing a high value man is.
Do you think that has anything to do with it?
And what I'm saying is, I don't believe them sitting around saying, I'm gonna pass up all these good dudes because I'm waiting on this millionaire, knowing damn well one ain't coming. They're passing up these dudes because they're broken, they're combative, all the other things I accept. I don't accept that they're waiting on a 7-figure man. That's what
I have to disagree on that, but okay.
I think they wish for the fairy tale, but go ahead.
I have to disagree on that. We see like
wait, Oracle, before you get started.
Yes.
Do you mind if we bring on people to ask questions?
One at a time.
No problem. Okay. And thank you so much. And no problem how you do your stuff. So sure thing. Okay.
We don't want you bombarded. That's all.
Oh no, it's not. I'm used to what I'm used. Y'all have no idea. Just put it that way.
These 2 black men gonna protect you today. Okay?
I mean, you look like you can handle yourself, Oracle. I mean, I see you on your program. I see you over there on Real Life. You look like you can handle yourself.
I'll be okay.
You don't want to just drop stuff on you. I already dropped Rico on you. I'm sorry about that. You know, I can't apologize enough for having Rico on the program.
Thank you.
But we all make mistakes, Oracle. We all make mistakes.
But I thank you so much. I have utmost respect for you guys as well, and thank you so much. But as you bring your guests in, I would like to say this. I beg to differ, Rico.
Okay, I want to hear it.
My pushback is that it's not that Black women are deciding that, for the most part, it's not that cut and dry like black and white.
Mm-hmm.
To some degree, you're correct, and some degree, you're off base at the same time, if that makes sense. So what I'm saying to you here is there is a collective of women that are conflicted because of the slim pickings in a dating pool, and at the same time, she is with the fairy tale. However, she's finding this grown-up men that have had their run with women, and then when she gets with this guy, you see, now it's a button of the heads because he has been placed in some position of not building up to where they are now. They're just jumping in it at the state they are in each, as opposed to a building up of the union together through some time frame. So we're fast forwarding everything. I got to get with you right now. I got to move in right now. I need you to take on my family right now. I need you to do this for me right now. I need you to do that for me right now. I just didn't want to tell you I was in between jobs, and I didn't just want to tell you I'm pregnant for my old dude. I just found out this is not your baby, and we got these problems, right? Because why? We do not date. We're not courting. We don't believe in that. That is not part of our culture.
Good point, Oracle. Good point.
It used to be. It's not anymore.
In our day.
Right. I would say it's not anymore.
Speak on that.
Okay.
You might want to speak on that thing.
All right. But I agree with you, and that's a good pushback. I can accept that.
Why you accept my pushback?
Nah, because you was crazy. But go ahead.
All right, y'all. We got Brother Sahel Speaks in the building. Brother Sahel Speaks. Are you there, brother?
He coming with that gun.
Hey, I am here. How are you?
All right, man. You had objections, denials, switches, all switches. What you got for us,
he brought his own
Sahel? Yeah. Now you said you promised you was gonna jump on Rico. So come on now, come on with it.
So first of all, I want to say objection. I want to give some respect to Judge Clarence, to the district attorney, the matriarch, and I want to cross-examine the defendant, Mr. Rico, on some of the atrocities that I've heard today in this court.
I'm the defendant. Okay,
No. So I just have a question, and this is really an interesting one for me, because I do believe in relationships. I do believe in marriage. More importantly, I think about this in the context of Black people. So when KS came out, we made this distinction between how he spoke to women versus men, right? And I would ask, can we make the case that the state of the Black family has been in disarray for quite some time? Let's say 40 years. Can we agree on that?
I agree with that. Yes.
So if that's the case, who is the Black person or the Black people that Black people have been able to listen to when it comes to advice about family, about children? Like, who was that Black person, and who did it in a better way than Kevin Samuels did?
I can't say anyone has. I'll give you that. I can't say that up until this point anyone has, but I'm not sure if I'm ready to give him that mantle either. I think that he did bring. I think he peeled back the onion. And he showed us a lot of the problems that I think a lot of us already knew existed. And none of us honestly have an answer for it. I don't have an answer for it today. I just posit that while he was excellent at identifying some of the problems within our community, some of us knew them before Kevin even told us. I pretty much every problem he identified, I knew existed. I didn't have the answer, and I don't necessarily agree 100% that his answer was the answer to resolving the problem or fixing the problem. That's where my pushback comes from.
But see, here's my contention then. If 100% I agree, because we're all different in terms of how we see things. But if a person is mostly right, and by mostly I mean if you agree 51%, isn't that enough for us to look at what they're saying and to try to make changes based off of that advice? And let me juxtapose it by this. The Black community, when you've got somebody telling us what we need to do and to get better, we will pinpoint why we disagree, while we will continue to endorse programming that speaks against how Black people should be. So think about the Mauries and the other daytime talk shows that exploited Black people and made us look terrible. They had at least a 30-year time frame to do what they did, where they didn't have the same outcry that people who may not, approach it correctly, but who have the intentions on helping the Black community, we cry so hard against them. So if we were willing to allow the media to perpetuate these negative stereotypes and images about Black people without saying anything, then why is it that when somebody is trying to help the Black community and we don't like the way that they approach it, why don't we give them the same benefit of the doubt as we do with people who are exploiting our culture?
Okay, well, I'll say this, and the only thing I'll say back is this: I think Kevin's advice was extremely useful for a lot of the Black community. I think it was extremely useful, helpful, and it could have fixed a lot of Black people. It wasn't useful or applicable for the totality of the Black community, and that's the problem I think he ran into, was pushing it in that manner, or he didn't say it, but he pushed the message as if, okay, like it might have fixed my problem and Oracle problem, but his advice maybe wouldn't have fixed Clarence's problem because his problem might have been different. But he pushed it as if it's going to fix all three. So I think in some ways he hurt himself, because unfortunately people, and I'm not even saying he meant to do it that way, but people started looking to him for that. And because people started looking to his advice that way, and they started championing his advice that way, he became a victim of his supporters. Rather than tell them, look, this is not a one-size-fits-all for the totality of the Black community. This is not everybody. When he spoke, I don't think he meant to push it that way, but his supporters, sometimes, you can start a movement and your supporters become so enamored with what you're saying,
Objection.
They change what you're trying to say. And then you're like, oh, shoot, how do I get back in front of this? And sometimes leaders and speakers don't know how to. And now they're swept up in the adulation and so on and so forth. They're like, okay, I don't want to let my supporters down. But
objection, Your Honor. Derailing the question. Objection, Your Honor.
No. So what I'm sitting there saying is, yes, we could have, but to me, it's irresponsible just to say everything he said was right. It applies to all, and not offer any pushback, because there was a lot of nuance he left out.
Rico, the man stood up front, 51%. That he said, if most of what he said, let's start at 51%. So he never said everything he said.
70% of what he said, and I would accept the 70%.
So he never said that it's an all one. He never said that. I can't take 100 if only 70% applies. You see what I'm saying? You're telling people to take 100 because 70% of it is good, but you're asking them to take the 30% that's not accurate, correct, or right. You can't say take the 100% of the knowledge because 70% of it is right. I'm like, but you're telling me to take the bad part too. And you're not discerning it for me what's bad, because I can take the 70, fix 70% of my problem, and cause the 30% to be even greater. That's already, if I'm all busted.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
It is speculation.
All right. Why don't we let Sir Harold? Because I'm hearing stuff and I'm like, man, but this is his question. I'm gonna let him answer it.
Go ahead, Sir. Give me the answer, sir.
Well, no, so I'm completely exhausted at some of the answers that I've heard from Brother Rico today, and I request a short recess. Let's not appreciate you letting me up here today. My hope for us as Black people, for real, is that no one's going to come with 100% of the answers, but if we all come with something, with a piece, and we're willing to humble ourselves and listen, I think we can get better together. So it shouldn't be all on Kevin Samuels to give the advice. It should be on all of us. And if God so blesses somebody with a microphone and a voice to amplify a message we need to hear, I think we got to get to a place where we honor the truth and don't worry so much about the messenger. Focus on the message. With that being said, yeah.
I 1000% agree with every word you just said there.
And so I rest my case, Your Honor. Thank you so much, guys. Hey, appreciate y'all so much. I'll talk with you soon.
Okay, thank you, Brooks.
Thank you,
Hell.
sir.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Oh man.
Hey, man.
I'm filing an appeal.
I thought he was gonna get you a little worse than that, man. I'm disappointed in you, sir. Hell, I thought you was coming. I thought you was coming, man. You hit him with a whisk broom. I thought you was gonna get him with a baseball bat, man. I was like, this is gonna be good.
Come on, Oracle, help me out now.
But he did you so sweet, man.
Help me out, Oracle.
I see
right,
what's
Oracle.
going on here. Y'all want me to roll my sleeves up.
Yeah, go on, roll your sleeves up, sis. Come on, get it.
Tell me where I was
Y'all want me to
wrong.
close
Hold on,
this
Rorschach.
book
I'm gonna
and
bring
get
you up in
in?
just a minute.
Okay.
Tell me where I was wrong.
Y'all want me to close this book and get with it?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Tell me where I was right, Oracle, and Sir Hell was wrong. Go ahead.
Neither one of y'all was right. Neither one of y'all was wrong. Y'all was just simply stressing your perspective. Okay, we just start with that. Everybody has an entitlement to their perspective because we do not see with the same brain. In that, we need to understand that we can respectfully agree to disagree. It's no problem with that. I do it on a daily basis. So, I would like to say that we have now address one cause, and that's so important because every fire starts with a spark. So in order to spread this wildfire, eradicate it, we do need to reach out to different platform media social outlets if you're serious. However, we don't want to jump the gun. We have to come to some consensus, and I'm not above town hall meetings. I'm not above group understanding, group think. I'm not above those things because we can't get anywhere without each other. So we can start somewhere. That'd be great. But what I would like to say is that in respect for Mr. Kevin Samuels, I would say let's just grab up a piece of us that we value out of him and his message the most, each. You know, that's so important. We cannot let that go in vain, you know, because if you're speaking a message that loud where you reach that many people, just think about that. That many people. You saying something that's relevant that actually matters. Okay?
Absolutely.
So with that, we need to start thinking, what do we want from one another? What is it that we wish would happen with one another? You know, that sort of thing. So you have.
Let me ask you a question, and I want both of you guys. This is a question for both of you guys.
Okay.
Because I've seen it happen in so many other spaces, not just here, whether it be politics or whether it be anything else. You know, where you can start. Matter of fact, we just went through this crap. Well, people, Lord knows, don't even get me. Let me not even say the three letters BLM, right? But and the only reason I say that, I'm just using that as an example, not as support or anything else, but any movement you start. Leadership sometimes can start a movement with a pure and a solid and a good message, right?
Right.
But as its supporters and followers get bigger and their message spreads more, all of a sudden, what you can say, look, I want to be on this one thing, and all of a sudden, your supporters can pull you all over the place because now you have an obligation. It's like you had 50 million babies, and I'm like, and I've seen, I don't want to use the word corrupted, but good leaders throughout the history all over the world have been misguided sometimes because their followers pull them into a space they never intended to go, doing things they didn't want to do, being involved with people they didn't want to be involved with. That happened to all the Black movements through history. In time, we know where it was Martin, Malcolm, Marcus Garvey, and whoever else, because it's hard when you start a movement to keep that damn it becomes a multi-headed thing. And I'm just saying is that let's not think that, I don't think towards the end, all of his message was what he wanted from the beginning, because Kevin didn't start out talking 100% that way. But once that, boom, average at best blew up, shit, I gotta perform. You see what I'm saying? That happens. People, that happens. You could have the best. And it's like, okay, well, how am I going to do this? I got to keep all these eyes and ears on me. So I got to do the performative. But and now the crowd it's like Gladiator. They want more blood and more blood and more blood and more blood and more blood. That happens to the best of us. So I don't blame him as much as I play an equal amount of blame on his supporters, because you would see them in the chat, you would see them in the comments, you would see them constantly coming back. And even when he collaborated, you could see him sometimes go do a collaboration and feel uncomfortable because another content creator is egging him on to even be harder on the next guest. And that's human nature. If you sit there and tell me, Rico, whoop the ass, that might not even what I want to be, but that's what everybody's expecting of me. So how do I not? That's why when he didn't do it with Brittany Renner and Nicki Minaj, they lost their shit. They lost their shit. Oh, he betrayed us. He didn't, because he didn't. I don't believe that's who he really was to that degree. A good portion of it was performative, and that's not his fault. That's the fucking crowd. Sorry for my language, but that's what I'm saying when I'm trying to convey my thought. People, because y'all kept insisting that he do stuff like this.
Exactly.
I don't believe that was his true nature.
Okay, let's get into that. But before we move down the line, Doberman wants to holler at you, Rico. I think you in trouble, man. I think
you having a good day, Rico?
I think you in trouble now, man.
I ain't bleeding enough, Rorschach.
You gotta grab a glass of water.
Rorschach say he's 6'2", 220, Rico. I don't know, man.
Come on, give it to me.
Come on, Rorschach. What you got, man?
Yep. So I have 2 points. The first one is Kevin didn't blow up because it was palatable to criticize Black women, but because it was rare. Up until Kevin Samuels, the criticism of Black men had been the only narrative that really existed in the mainstream. For every Kevin Samuels, there are about over a dozen platforms that are being critical of Black men in the mainstream. And the idea that Kevin Samuels and all folks who are critical of Black women is needs to qualify every criticism by also criticizing Black men is that's absurd, because like the criticism has been pretty much unilateral for the better part of 2-3 decades. And the second point I wanted to raise was Kevin never actually led the witness. Kevin had a show predicated on the high value man, and he asked questions pertinent to the show. And part of Kevin's show methodology was to streamline the questioning, to move towards obviously seeing whether or not the woman wanted the high value man. So he would ask questions around that topic. And the irony is the fact that the folks that showed up on Kevin Samuels on his show looked the way they did is just it's ironic, because I think one of the other folks was saying that there wasn't enough qualified folks on one side, but if you look at what was actually presented while seeking the high value man after he built that a very a nice platform, pretty much just garbage showed in day in day out, right? So it's ironic, because you can't really say that there weren't enough qualified Black men when you're watching the show, and person after person after person after person who's looking for the high value man is completely unqualified. So is it really that many these guys aren't qualified, or is it that some of these life choices create a very small pool, and just iteratively speaking, generationally, you end up with more and more dysfunctional people?
Okay, so I would like to, it's not a rebuttal, but it's something that you might want to think about. I'm going to go ahead and roll up my sleeves, and I hope you don't mind, Brother Clarence.
Take your time, sis. Do what you got to do.
The oracle has arrived.
All right. All right.
As much as I have respect for my brother, anybody that respects him, he was a caterer to the incel. Let me express my point. as much as he's seen that during the time that he was getting on these incels about being slackers and slouches, he started to realize that the pushback on that was unbalanced. As a result of that, he switched gears because it is not attractive for any one person to attack a group that they are a part of in culture or a diaspora or a combination, and reflect on that thing in large. And it's going to fly either way. So therefore, there is a golden opportunity to take the him on the disdain that one group of people, such as the black men, had on the other group of people, such as the black woman. And he primed himself through his bringing up of himself out of his condition. Now, people may push back on that for whatever it's worth. That's what he did. And with that, he kept that costume on. Stay with me. When he kept that costume on, he coupled that with his message in a religious, cult-like fashion to bring out the truth on black women in a critical manner in which he used to do to individual black men, but at large. When you're thinking about it like that, then you understand how he was able to captivate the masses of incels that cannot get a high value female for whatever shortcoming, physical, mental combination that may be. And he flipped the script.
Do you mind if I reply to that?
No, I'm not done.
She got you.
He flipped the script.
Go ahead, Oracle.
It said, no, black man, you are of value. You are of worth. The same speech we give our queens. He honed it in and gathered it and garnered it and delivered it in such a fashion as, not only am I going to tell you you're a valued black man, I'm going to show you. For every black woman that comes up here, he built the work. He went to work. Okay? This is what you call putting in the work. Brilliant. So now we see how he was able to captivate the incel. And I do not mean that in a derogatory way, because incel could be a female too. And they usually are, especially when they're going in on black men. I digress. That's another argument for another day. But we cannot ignore, should we not ignore any of the possibility of grabbing up that fervor and honing it in on an individual that can take that charge, but in such a way to where it's most effective as opposed to a destructive factor, because we have to realize this one thing. When you give somebody salt, even though it's going to heal their wound, they're going to pay attention to the pain, not the healing. Honey heals too. Did you know that? Did you know that honey was a natural healing agent for wounds? Did you know that? Why would you use salt when you could use honey? Oh, it's not attractive because we have bloodthirsty people out here, such as the internet. So yeah, he played a part. No, he didn't believe in the vast majority of what he said, in my personal opinion, in the manner in which he thought it. Did he play on the issues of his failed marriages to some degree? I do believe. So what say you in all of that? Anybody want to pick? I was going to direct it to the gentleman that just came up on the stage, but anybody want to insert?
We'll let him hit it first.
Go ahead, Rorschach.
Yeah, for myself, like even when we're talking about the conservatism thing, I never take like a too extreme a stance on anything. What Rico said earlier, actually, about some of the folks who wanted Kevin to be excessive and very derogatory towards black women, we know that that's an issue online. We know that there are folks that call black women, for example, German shepherds, obviously call them transgenders and things like this, and obviously on the more extreme end of the spectrum, call for violence. But one thing I do resent is I don't think Kevin necessarily catered to incels. I think many of these guys had access to women. Is just the community as things are as things have kind of gone for the past few decades has devolved to such a state where having a functional community is just completely unattainable. And I think Kevin spoke to kind of a pent up kind of need in order for many of the issues that we have on the other side, so not the men's side but on the women's side, to be addressed. And many of these issues, the reason why many of these guys were so enthusiastic was not necessarily because they had so much hate for black women. In my opinion, it was because there never really been this discussion had never really been tabled. It was not palatable. It was unacceptable. And just the fact that it never really existed for decades. If you pent up have something kind of restricted for as long as it has been, then a lot of guys really felt vindicated by the fact that this issue was finally being addressed. But I do agree that we also do have the other problems that Rico alluded to.
I do want to say this one thing is I do believe Kevin was slightly influenced by his supporters. And I know, and the only thing I will point out is I look at the two issues where, again, when he had these conversations with women that we know are supposedly that, the Black Manosphere call of questionable character, whether it was Nicki Minaj or Brittany Renner. And after each instance, when he had a very amicable, decent, good interview and conversation with them, they all got up in arms. And then he did a follow-up video, because I know he did the same one with Nikki, where then he took shots at them. And I was like, no, see, he did. So that tells me what was the motivation for doing the follow-up. You sat with her, y'all had a pleasant interview, y'all left kumbaya-ish. So why would you take shots at her afterwards? Because your supporters, they were all up in arms about him not treating her in a bad way, treating her like a damn decent human being. The same thing when he did Brittany Renner. They lost their shit. They did. And then he came back because he had to appease the bloodthirsty crowd that Oracle speaks of. They were bloodthirsty. How dare you betray us? And because Brittany Renner has been everything but a child of God in these YouTube streets. We know how people look at that young lady. And how dare Kevin speak to her with dignity and respect? How dare he do that? And because he did, they lost their shit. So then he had to come back. And I'm not saying she didn't that be easy, but Kevin didn't choose to treat her like that. But his supporters lost their mind because he didn't. And that's all I'm speaking to was that, they say the dog wagging the tail. He started out being the leader, but over time you get led by your crowd. That happens to all leaders of movements throughout history. It just happens unless you can take a break from it or whatever the case may be. It can happen. It happens to all leaders. So that's all I'm sitting there saying is let's not act like everything he did was, because again, I ain't blaming him for all the faults. I put some of that squarely on his supporters. Now this, and I'll go back to the same thing that you said, Oracle, right? Just like these black women could have spoke back, so could he have. So could he have told his supporters, I don't give a shit what y'all want. This is what I think and how I feel. So he had that same voice, but he also didn't choose to use it. So I say some of his callers can call in and be in that same place, in that same space where people are intimidated overwhelmed, ill-prepared, whatever the space may be. That's so we have to apply the standards across the board. If we're going to say, oh, all these black women should have come, they had it for, couldn't have, okay, well, he could have told his supporters, shut the hell up, I'm not treating these women like this. But he didn't. He acquiesced to what they wanted. He didn't treat them like dirt and they lost their shit. Then he came back and did a follow-up video where Nikki and started throwing little disses. But that's acquiescing to the supporters. Let's not play games with it, because other than that, he should have left it where he left it. Him and Nikki, because he was afraid of the barbs. We all know what Nikki supporters do. So I'm like, okay, he was afraid of that. He was nice. The videos are there, and then the follow-up video is there. So put the two together, and you can't tell me one was what he wanted to do because he went to her IG and did that interview, and the second one was after all of his supporters lost their shit, and then he came back much harder. Why?
But Rico, in the case of Nikki, what I saw was as a Kevin Samuels fan myself, was many folks were actually pressing him on why didn't he
tear her head off like he did every other women that called into his show.
No, that wasn't what many of them were advocating for. They were asking for them to, for Kevin to call out specific points Nikki made specifically around the area of get your own bag and then find a man after. And in the case of Nicki Minaj, the irony of her name even coming up in a discussion like this is actually a woman who is actually married to a blank offender. So
why did he acquiesce to his supporters? Period. He had the interview. That was it. But you don't have to acquiesce to them. If you didn't like a question I didn't ask, too bad. People have interviews all the time, and I can't satisfy everybody. But I had the interview, I hit the points I wanted to hit, and I move on with my program. But he acquiesced because, in particular, his supporters screamed out how they felt like he was too damn easy on her. That was the point. And he couldn't disrespect her on her platform, so he waited and did a diss video after. And y'all are not going to change that narrative because we know that's true. And what I'm saying is the fact that he took that second action, that is an indication where a movement gets bigger than its leader. Because if you look through history, that happens. And then the leader goes from the leader becoming the puppet. People in the movement behind the scenes, or they start, people that you work with start backstabbing your ass. And they start talking about, Oracle ain't this, she ain't that. And that's what happens. It happens, and it's predominantly in our movements of color. It happens like crazy. That's a fact. Clarence will tell you, even in the nation, I don't care if it's religious, I don't care what it is. It's hard to keep a damn movement together. And with us, we're the worst.
I want to insert this just for a second, if you don't mind, guys. Just let me say this for a second before I forget. In social media, one thing we did neglect, and I can see to you, Rico, that we did neglect the idea that we have not made sure to play the part that social media plays as we content create. We are as great as our latest hit only. It's easy to slip down a slippery slope of not satisfying the algorithm. If you're not satisfying your algorithm, you're going to lose your status, your grade. It goes downhill from there. So in order to keep that up, you do have to play it up. And you have to be better than your last situation. So if he had to do that second interview or second video as it relates to Nicki Minaj, I didn't see that one. It's totally understandable as to why he did that, because he had a lot to lose. A lot was at stake. So yes, I have to say that. Mm-hmm.
I think that's what's called a truism. So it is true that many of the KS fans were obviously hungry for blood, but I think many of the folks that were critical of Kevin Samuels weren't asking him to just be short and abusive to Nicki Minaj. I think many of them wanted Kevin to call out specifically what he had said about like a woman pursuing her getting a certain amount of money and then choosing the man that she wants, because that specific thing Nicki Minaj said flew in the face of in the face of the wisdom that Kevin was giving on his show. So I do think that some of the women that were on Kevin's show, Kevin could have been a lot more polite. But then again,
so if that flew in the face of Kevin wisdom, why didn't Kevin correct it?
Oh no, I think he should. I was
he would have if it was any random black woman that called in his show. We know he didn't hesitate to cut them off and to shut them down and to run his program. But when it came to Nicki, because that's why I said, what was performative? Was the Nicki show performative or was his show performative?
Well,
okay. Rico, hold on. Let me interject right here.
Go ahead.
Okay, and I'm gonna let you rock, Rorschach. Okay, so Rico, are we gonna say that he wasn't being strategic by not attacking her on her own platform so that they could rip him to shreds? Of course, they would have ripped him to shreds if he'd attacked her on his own attacked her on her own platform. I mean, that was just strategic
about it.
Because if he would have attacked her on her own platform, he wouldn't have got out of there with his clothes on.
He didn't have to go to her platform. He didn't have to go to her platform.
But I thought we were saying that he had interviewed her on her platform.
What I'm saying is this: if you choose to boldly go into unsafe spaces, you know you're in unsafe spaces.
Okay.
You don't modulate your message because you're in an unsafe space. If you are a leader, you can't, because the bottom line is all of your supporters saw it. So why even go into the space? Why go into the space? You think now a million rabid black women, I'm just using that term, fellas, don't lose your shit. You think a million rabid fans that where I have a history of tearing up women or shouting people down, now I go into the space and I come off as semi-submissive, they're going to be satisfied. They're going to say, well, Rico's being strategic. Hell no. If you're a leader, they expect, if you present yourself a certain way, you can't tell me, well, I was in enemy territory and I couldn't present myself that same way anymore.
Let me explain to you.
False leader.
Okay, let me explain to you. He obviously felt that it would have been much easier to explain to his own people that he was being strategic than to go into her platform, insult her, talk to her like he would talk to any black woman on the panel. I mean, he had a lot of ammo he could have went in there with her, right? He could have went in there. Just her husband alone was enough ammo to go in there, right? But he didn't even go in on that, right? Why? Because he feared her, the retribution of her followers, right? And he probably feared, like, hey, I know I got followers, but my followers ain't half as strong as hers, not even close, right? So who is it going to be easier to explain to? Your own followers or hers?
Then I'll just say one thing to you. That man is not a leader. It's not a leader. I would never.
I never said. I don't think he was a leader either.
I'm just saying. I will never follow anybody on any message, on any content. That if you sit there and you present yourself, and I think you know this, being a member of the nation, that you know there are certain things. I don't care what those leaders do. No, it's not. It's not like, okay, you can't bend the knee to, you just can't. So that whole, and I know it's a strategic move. I get
of course.
That. But then if I'm going to accept it as a strategy, then I'm like, you leading us as a strategy. You just setting yourself up for the next thing, and you about to leave our ass high and dry anyway, which I kind of believe. I kind of believe that that's what he was trying to do, ingratiate himself to mainstream entertainment and so on. So I think if the unfortunate thing hadn't happened, he about to leave their asses anyway. They just didn't. It just didn't.
I don't know about that. Why don't we ask Rorschach, because he's more closely hooked up to him than either one of us. What do you think, Rorschach? Was he about to leave?
Yeah, the one thing I agree with Rico about was if you build yourself, if you brand yourself based on a certain way of addressing these kinds of issues and having these kinds of interactions, so being forward, being direct, being very confrontational, then it behooves you in order to maintain authenticity to follow through, even if you're faced with a situation of dealing with like a Nicki Minaj. And obviously, he did have to no one would argue against the fact that it would hurt him with his quote unquote base if he didn't follow through. You saw that even with Trump under some circumstances where he wasn't following through with obviously his branding, his messaging of a hate, division, things of this nature. So when he wasn't strong enough on particular points, then his base would obviously push him to be more authentic to his brand. Yes. And it happens in other communities, but like Rico said, this a phenomenon of kind of being eaten by your base is a lot more common among us. I personally think I'll make it short because I know Oracle wanted to get in as well. But
yes, thank you.
In order to to be consistent with his message and to be more authentic, I think he should have followed through. But the one disagreement I have with Rico is the idea that Kevin was abusive. Like if you're like a 300-pound man and you're asking for supermodels and you have no money, no one's going to be sympathetic to yourself being spoken to like that. And that's the one disagreement. But otherwise, Rico was spitting facts on a lot of the stuff he said.
Thank you, sir. I'm starting to win you over. I love you,
Rorschach. I thought it was a good idea. I thought it was a good idea bringing you up, Rorschach.
Hey,
but
Clarence,
now it took a turn, man.
Clarence,
just for this show.
Save this tape. Don't you ever erase this tape. Save this.
All right, Sister Oracle, do you have anything to say on anything we've been talking about so far?
Well, it was a damn if you do, damn if you don't situation. It's Nicki Minaj. Okay, let's not forget that. She is her own self-value. She's not like the regular women because of that. She has built her brand, her following, her wealth. He had that in front of him. Can you imagine you're on her panel? This woman is more respected around the world than he could ever hope to be in his enclave.
Agreed.
He had to bend that knee, man or woman.
He didn't have to go. That's what I don't understand. He didn't have to go.
But his bravery in showing up,
foolishness,
address her matters. His bravery to show up on her platform with his bold face.
But is it bravery if you sit there and don't stay authentic? It's a question of bravery, and I get.
Was authentic in that manner warrant, though?
But I think he was authentic
because he wasn't addressing a low-value woman.
No, but
he was addressing a high-value female.
Good point.
But we all know Nikki's history. She's with a man she's married to a man who has a history. Who's on the list?
But that's never on the table either way.
No, but that, according to his standards, according to the standards he laid out to the community, it's questionable. I think she's high value.
That's your concept.
Right, exactly.
Was it ever his?
I don't think she fit. I don't think she fit within what he described as high value. I can't say for sure. All I'm saying is I think he was authentic to Nikki. I think he was inauthentic to his audience is what I just think that the performance.
I get your point because he didn't go in on her, but was it warrant to go in on her?
He should have went in on her. He should have Brittany Renner. There was a couple of other ones.
When you say go in, what was it that you would have wished he would have done?
I didn't wish
the idea of him staying on top,
authentic to himself, for him to them sitting there, not marrying before they carry, or Nikki. I don't know if Brittany was married before she was pregnant or not.
We're just talking about Nikki,
right? Okay. Nikki, I don't know if she was married before she got pregnant or not either. I know she has a baby, so I can't say. Because I know married before you carry was a big thing. I'm trying to think off the top of my head some of the characteristics that he always put forward that Black women had to have. Fit, feminine, and beautiful. Like he gave her a 9. They all went in because he gave her a 9. And when he and the 9 thing, I'm gonna tell you what his crew was upset. He gave her a 9 because they said without all that makeup and all that stuff, she was not a 9. And that was his standard. His standard was fresh, out of the shower, no makeup, no anything. What do you rate yourself? And she gave herself like maybe a 7, and then maybe she went to an 8, and he gave her a 9. Everybody said Nikki's not a 9. I think she's beautiful.
But do you state that because a woman is fresh faced, that lowers her rating?
No, I don't believe it.
That's what you just said.
No, I said.
But that's what you just said.
What do you mean?
You said that he should have went after her for not only being an unmarried mother at the time of her birth, but also having all of that on.
Right.
Would have been a way in for him to go in for her to say that, okay, if you take all that off, you're a 7, or you a 5 or 4, or whatever.
No, what I'm saying is that I think he allowed her to rate herself at a higher rate than any other woman that came onto his show, even though she was made up like all the rest of them are. So all the other women, he would look at.
You can't have it both ways.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying he would look at you made up and be like, Orca, what would you rate yourself? And you'd be like, oh, I think I'm a 7. He'd be like, without all your makeup. And then you'd be like, well, I still think I'm a 7. And he'd be like, if I looked at you, what's your dress size? And he would do all that. He'd be like, I'd give you a 4. But he's looking at you made up. So he assessed women. Women did not always come to his show unmade up.
But he looked at her made up.
Huh?
He looked at her made up.
Yes. But he still gave her a more favorable score than he would give other women that I thought were better looking than Nikki made up.
But see, that's your concept. That's your concept, right?
No, that was his concept.
No. That's your concept. You're asserting your concept on what he should have done or ought to have thought of.
No, I just think this is what I think. I think he was what he would not allow women who called into his show to do, show up made up and give a representation. He allowed her to do is what I'm saying. I don't care whether or not
that goes back to the degree.
I think he allowed Nikki a rule that he didn't allow people who called
her.
So,
and quite naturally, she is not of the same economical caliber.
I agree.
So he gave her that point. In doing so, he didn't feel the need to go there. That's my assessment. Because if that wasn't the case, surely he had witnessed no problem before. So with that being understood, we're not trying to attack Kevin because he wasn't his authentic self. We're trying to reckon with the thought that how dare he be human in that moment. He's supposed to be after blood. He's supposed to go in and dig in his nails and talons into this woman, regardless of her status and who she is in life.
But let me ask you a question, though. And this is the question I struggle with. Okay. So I don't think I think the way he interviewed her and Brittany Renner was authentic and the way he really was. And I agree with that because that's how I would have interviewed her. But what my question is are we saying, now I'm asking you, that are you also saying that based on people's stature should determine how we interact with people? So in other words, you know what I'm saying? No. I know, but that's what I'm saying is, to me, that's what it looked like to me. Like, you're a very credentialed woman. I don't think Clarence is credentialed with nothing, but some people do that based off of credentials, right?
That's so funny.
Some people do, right? You know that, oh, she's got a background, she's got all these degrees, this, that, whatever. She's smart. He don't have none. He people think I'm not going. I'll just say the word dumb. People.
That's why
think,
I said no.
Right.
I wouldn't.
Right.
But Kevin would.
Yes, that's the point.
I want you to know I get your point.
Okay.
You're making perfect sense. However, the reason why I'm rebuttaling is because I'm giving you to the degree to which I think Kevin was in a state of, that he was in front of a high value woman, that if she was a man, just stay with, hold on to me, brother. Hug me tight right quick. Let me give you a bear hug right now. Stay with me. I'm not trying to be fictitious, funny, or none of that. I'm just dead talk right now.
Come on, let's go.
If Nikki was a man, okay, same status in life, okay, to what degree you would think, be fair, that Kevin would think of that man as a high value man? 1 to 10.
Let me say that again. Let me make sure I'm following you.
Real simple. I told you to hug me tight.
I know. I gotta think.
You let go, Rico.
You let go.
Let go,
Don't make
Rico.
yourself look stupid.
Don't let me go. Hug me tight now.
Okay.
Let's get through this. We're gonna do it.
Okay.
We can do it. Sorry if I'm a little loud. I'm just my son.
No. I love it, but I'm just like, okay. I'm scared. Go ahead.
Good.
Second blip in the fabric of time.
Okay.
Some language you are going to understand. We're going philosophical this time.
Go ahead.
Metaphysics. She had the capacity to be a man for one moment in life.
Okay.
And Kevin knew this. Same stature. Same enclave, wealth, accolades, entourage, following, fame.
He'd have gave her a 10.
Same.
He'd have gave her a 10.
What level of 1 to 10? Stay with me, bro.
Okay.
Do you believe that Kevin would gauge that man as a high valued man?
Yes.
Instantly.
Yeah.
It's a no-brainer, right?
You would have gave him a 10, yeah.
It's a no-brainer.
And you know what's so crazy? Even my mind, because I know we're conditioned as a society to believe men of means and wealth have higher value. And I've always, this is the thing that always got me, I've always, and I go back and forth between it, because some of the most valuable men I've ever met in my life make no money. There are people in education, religion, just who do more for society at large, and they don't make money. So I think as a society we're screwed up. But yes, I fall into that as well. Oh man, he making 6, 7, 8 figures, and yes.
At the same time, second stage, we're gonna move through this. We're gonna get to the hold on to me again. Do you believe with all of what lifestyle that this man has lived, baby, not married, that he would have been so critical of that concept in that case? The same man, would he have been critical of that concept in that case?
No.
Man, no marriage.
No, absolutely
Baby,
not.
no marriage. Okay.
No, I don't
So
think
therefore, we have to concede, and I
Mhm.
hope you see my point at this point,
I
that
do.
we're talking about what's between her legs as opposed to what's in her bank account at the end of the day, because of the fact that the idea was not so much as how much a man made, even though that was the talking point.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the deflection away from what we truly value, which is his penis. Women value the man's penis. That penis come with a price tag. Say like you're in a store, you're in a Neiman's Marcus, and you got this big, unforgivable blood diamond, it's priceless. Okay. This is how Kevin Samuels viewed the black man when it came into an issue with a black woman. When it came into an issue with the black woman wanting him, span that out. Span that out. When he saw that there were women out here that will go out into the butcher shops to try and attract that specific guy. Okay.
So let me.
Yes.
Go ahead. The question I want to ask you was this. So are we saying, because now something you said made sense, well, just kind of registered in my brain. So we're placing a higher value, society, men as well, and it kind of sucks to say it, more on peen than vagina. Because if Elon Musk is the richest man in the world, people respect him for that. But if it was a woman, they would probably respect her less than him. If it was a woman, and I think that that's true. I hate to admit that, but I think that that's true, that a wealthy woman is not looked at with the same level of respect as a wealthy man, even though they're both wealthy.
Even though they're both wealthy.
They're both billionaires, but
and
a billionaire
woman
is not looked at the same way as a billionaire.
Now you have your answer why the entourage of his own turned on him for a moment in time, because that's the mindset.
Yeah, because they lost it, and they lost it because they didn't care she was rich.
No,
she was a woman.
At all, she was a woman.
She was a black woman.
Yes.
They didn't give a damn how much money she had, how successful she had. She was a black woman, and she was the enemy.
Yes.
For whatever reason.
And attach that to this concept that he always taught. He always taught this one concept that men do not give a shit about what a woman makes. Did he or didn't he not?
Every day. Every day. Every day.
So you have to concede that he was true when he was on her platform. Straight up and down.
Yeah, and again, like I said, I didn't fault him for him being on our platform. I didn't fault him for what he did on his platform. What I said was he corrected after he was on his platform because of the vitriol and pushback he got from his supporters. They lost their shit.
They didn't see what he saw. He saw that one moment.
Yeah.
That beyond her vagina.
Yeah. He saw a wealthy, successful woman.
If I'm talking to you and you're Barack Obama, what do you think I'm thinking? What do you think I'm thinking?
Or
if
Michelle.
I'm talking to you and or Michelle. If I'm talking to you and you're who's hot right now in rap right now? That's a guy. If you're LL Cool J or somebody from our era, or some famous.
Say Kendrick. You're showing your age with LL.
Okay, well, that person. I don't know anybody.
Kendrick Lamar.
You were Kodak Black. Kendrick Lamar.
Kendrick Lamar. He's
okay.
Hot.
Kendrick Lamar. If you were Kendrick Lamar, and me being an oracle, with as much fervor I can muster up, I can equal Kevin. No problem. No problem. And I come on there and I'm not the oracle, I'm not giving you what the crowd expects. But in that moment, I'm not caring about that. I'm not even concerned with that, in that moment. Then I course correct. Then it would be obvious. But I didn't expect my entourage to see what I saw or experience what I'm experiencing in that moment because of the stature of this person, regardless of their sex. So in other words, when you're on social media, they hold you to your canon so hard to where if you waver just a little bit, that's it. you know, that, like you say, they're going to lose their shit, you know, but you're not thinking this. It's a reactive situation, right? It comes after the fact, you know. So going forward, he was proactive, but reactive in that brand new situation, yeah, you know. So I don't think I wouldn't charge him with being what you say is you know, stepping out of his character for a second to appease the, you know, host.
Yeah, but it just it's gotta be you know, we it's just, you know, to me again, like I said, you know, looking at history, um and knowing, like you said, history of movements, and seeing how, like you said, movements come and go, and succeed and falter. um just watching, you know, when it's never helpful when a movement has a singular head. And that's probably the biggest problem. Was his movement was a movement of a singular head, to the point where, like, even right now, since his unfortunate passing, you know, his followers done lost their shit, like they don't know what to do. It should
Right.
That's why it should have always been set up and structured where you have multiple leaders so the movement can continue. Now they're like babes in the woods, wandering, lost, listless, wondering who's going to take over next. That should have already more successful movements over time that last 100, 200 years. They're more structured like that. You don't structure it to be a single individual, because we know we all got an expiration date. We all do. And
or lose interest. Some might want
right, or lose interest. Right. Yes, some leaders just be like, hey, I passed the mantle.
Yes.
You know, Catholic Church, Pope pass it off to the next Pope. I ain't doing this shit no more. I'm done. You know, these are successful organizations that last for hundreds or thousands of years because it's not tied into a singular individual, but an ideology. So I think he was a great, charismatic, you know, magnanimous leader, but now the flock is left wandering.
Right.
And he was lightning in a bottle. And everybody talk about, well, all these men felt this way before he came along. I'm like, yeah, but what the fuck were y'all doing? Nobody wasn't doing anything. Nobody was, you know, they had the white manosphere, and then the black manosphere peeled off from it. But I was like, but it was leaderless. He came in, saw a vacuum, filled a role, and you guys just lost, you know, just went in nirvana because a leader came and picked up the mantle for the role, but you never thought about tomorrow. And now that leader's gone. So you're right back. You're probably worse off than you was before he came, because he built up this expectation and there's nobody to follow him.
So this
all the other people are fucking rank clowns.
This what I pose.
And be easy. I'm not saying he said he was a leader. Again, this is where I'm talking about the tail wagging the dog. The followers anointed him the leader. I don't think he ever asked for it or wanted it. He just was looking for a space to do his thing. People anointed him to do something, whether he wanted to do it or not. And then leaders sometimes, and most leaders don't ask to be leaders. They're picked, and then they get stuck with it. And most of them hate being the leader.
So I pose this. I pose that at some point in the near future, not too far from now, because these are wayward people. I don't care about the attacks. You're wayward. Female and male.
That's you too, Clarence. You lost too, Clarence.
We are wayward.
You talking to the most wayward one of them all right there, right now, that just took his face off.
I pose that someone, since we are, you know, not too significant in number at this point in time, do parodies in suit, whole background setup, lighting, ring light, whatever have you, equipment, sound effect board, and dress up. I could so see you doing that, Brother Clarence.
Me? I thought you were
Yeah.
talking to Rico.
Yeah,
He's talking to you.
I'm talking to you,
Oh man,
the host,
I
the
don't know.
host with the
I
most.
don't know.
Suit
Yeah, I
tie,
don't know. I mean, you know,
background.
maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I probably could do it if I put my mind to it.
Just
I
do
just
it
wasn't that into him
and see
as
what
you
happens.
know.
No.
Who?
This is you. You're bringing you.
You
You're
wasn't
gonna
into
be
who?
addressing a black
Kevin.
woman,
Oh,
but I'm deeming you. I've deemed before. I'm knighting you.
You knighting me?
Yes,
Yeah.
you're being knighted right now. Yes, indeed.
you being
With a
anointed.
right.
You the new leader.
You are going to do this once a week.
But they got what's his name?
No, I don't
Nope,
care.
we got you. We got
Got
you.
I don't care. That ain't even got
let
nothing
me-
to do with what we're talking about.
let me say it like the old folks would say it. Let me think about it. Let me think about it.
Your ass ain't that old. We got you. We'll do it. We'll do it. This is a good conversation. This is excellent conversation.
Yeah, actually.
And do your homework now. You make sure when you go in, you go to World Star Hip Hop all the way down.
Yeah.
Look, this ain't
he's
gonna
got
be
a lot of
Ratchet
videos up there.
Central though, okay?
However
ain't
you
ratchet.
want to float that boat.
But yeah, this is good combo. This is good combo to say this. I think this is a good introduction
Mhm.
into discussing things. And obviously there are people, you know, in the comments in the chat that feel a certain kind of way and feel like, and again, nobody was attacking Kevin. I don't know, you know, this is just honest
I can't
conversation.
think of anybody that would attack him.
Nobody up on this panel. I know that there are people in the spaces that have said some things that I found very disgusting, disparaging.
Oh, okay.
While
Yeah.
I did not agree with,
I heard some things too.
yeah, I did not agree with a lot of his message. I mean, most of it I did, but not, you know, not universally to be sitting out there pushing it as a narrative for the community. However, I feel terrible about any black man's demise because, you know, there's too many of us going out of here. But the disgusting shit that people have said, it's just like, come on, that's just ridiculous. I don't wish death on anyone. But with that being said,
I think Brother Clarence scared, y'all.
yeah, I think with that being said is but see, my thing is this is the thing, Oracle. The conversation that we're having today, Clarence will tell you, I was having 2 months ago while the brother was still here, and I had no damn idea he was gonna be gone.
Ain't that something? Wow.
There's not a thing I said today that I got streams where I discuss on this platform and other platform saying the very thing, pushing it back against these ideas. So that's why I don't hesitate, you know, pushing back against them now, because I think that they were problematic when he was here. I think they're problematic that he's gone, because even though he's gone, you got young men still spewing a lot of ideologies that was put forth, narrative that was put forth that's unsubstantiated. You know, so
but you know, Kevin was structured.
Yes.
He had organization and rhythm.
But they're laying
in flowed properly.
They're literally laying in and regurgitating things that I'm like, there was zero substantiation for it when he was here. There's even less now. So you're going to say, when I say, well, where do you get this bullshit? 80% of divorces are filed by women. Well, Kevin's saying, well, now he's dead and he's not a resource to sit here and say that that's true.
The resources are there to watch and see.
But the reality is, it wasn't true when he was here.
Yeah.
And that's the problem is, once a person's gone and they become a martyr in their mind, even if the information is just debunked or disproven to be true, you can't kill the idea. It's
sensation sells. Hey, sensation sells. People will buy a lot.
And you know what gets me? I told somebody, I saw on the other stream the other day, I was telling Brother Clarence, I said, okay, they pushed the narrative, and the CDC did say this. The CDC says that Black men are the most involved fathers. Okay, and I told Clarence, I said, but they didn't read a little bit further, deeper into it. They got to that part at the top line that said Black men are most involved fathers. They never said why, but they went a little bit further. The CDC did because they have the most time. Because other ethnicities are too busy fucking working, meaning, i.e., Black men have lower employment rates. So you got more fucking time to babysit your kid. So that's dismissed. But they say the narrative, Black men are the most involved. I'm like, okay, I get it. You got more time. And this is not all Black men. I work like hell. My kids work like hell. But we're sitting there saying is stop pushing the narrative of the one positive thing without digging into it. But that's all you'll hear them say is Black men are the most involved. I'm like, yeah, a lot of the white guys are working. So yes, they're less involved in bathing their kids, feeding their kids, and taking them to school because they're at fucking work. Did you miss that part? That was also in that study. But you ignored that part. You ignored that part to sit there and throw the first part about you're the most involved. Don't do that shit. And I'll champion you being the most involved because if your ass ain't working, you should be involved in your kids. I'll champion that. But don't pat yourself on the back and go around and say, we're the most involved. I'm going to start kicking Black women in their ass. Nah, bro, don't do that. Right. That ain't give you enough.
But Rico, if the CDC said Black men are the most involved fathers out there, and they weren't kicking Black women,
then I would be happy.
Okay,
just don't use it as
because I don't want it. See, I don't want the narrative to be spun where we're only involved with our children because we're not working. You and I can you and me both debunk. We both debunk that. So
I would debunk that 100%. But what I'm saying is using these narratives to then come out because again, these narratives were used as weapons against the other half of the community. And that's all I'm saying is we got to stop weaponizing narratives.
Okay.
To use again. And Black women need to do the same shit. All the bullshit that y'all
I was just about to say.
Stop weaponizing it against Black men.
Here's what makes.
Because y'all ain't no better. That's my point.
Here's what makes what I say weaponized, what the Oracle says weaponized, what you say weaponized, is because we as Black people, I don't think we a lot of times we're trying to get out the information and we just try to get the information out and we don't properly qualify what we're saying. If we properly qualify it as we're saying it or before we're saying it, then people will know, okay, I can only use this set of information in this construct. This doesn't apply in every situation. That's this, right?
Yes,
but
correct.
Because, and then Sister said another good thing about sensationalizing. Now, if Brother Kevin was out here to say, well, not every Black woman, I know we all saw where he had videos where he rocked with Black women. He had some Black women that he rocked with, you know what I mean? That was good friends with him. So obviously he didn't mean all Black women because he had some Black women that would come on and he would rock with them.
And let me just say this just a minute, okay? Just so I can put the KS supporters at ease. We're going to take that narrative from the CDC and we're going to pull the entirety of that document where that statement is that Black men are the most active, and we're going to break it down the rest of what it says. Okay. I'm not generalizing. I'm telling you what's in the CDC document, and all I said was they read the first half of the paragraph and didn't read the second half of the paragraph. That's all I was saying. But what we're going to do, so y'all don't say it's my narrative or my generalization, we'll bring the whole fucking paragraph and we'll discuss the paragraph in its totality. That's all I'm saying is that too many times, most of these things are pulled out in a piece and they completely disregard the additional piece that may counter what's sitting there saying. That's all I'm saying. So again, hell no, I'm not the leader of the clown spear. I just think I don't even know what the hell they're most and again, but I'm just sitting there saying is, and again, when I say the most unemployed, I mean that's just we. Why are we going to act like that? The black unemployment rate is higher than everybody else since the fucking founding of this country?
No, I'm
It's
not saying that,
always
Rico.
been
That's
that
not what I'm
way.
saying. But that's not what I'm saying, Rico.
No.
But
I'm sitting there.
the way you're saying it is saying the only. It sounds like to the other.
No.
I know that's
They
not
get
what
a
you're saying. But
correlation.
listen to what I'm saying. I know you're not saying that, but it is the way it comes off if you don't qualify it properly.
Here's the thing.
That's what it sounds like.
Is even when they said that we were the most involved, it's not like this is what I always get upset about when we talk about percentages. They could say, oh, black men are more involved at 50%. Well, white people are coming at 48%. We act like it's a huge differential. So even when they say black women are single mothers, I'm like, Latino mothers are right behind them. It's not a huge disparity that we're dismissing. We always dismiss the differences in percentages. We always say black people are in last place and everything. We're not. Usually it's Native Americans, but they don't want to bring that up because they will not disparage that community. And I'm not saying that they matter. All I'm saying is you gotta stop doing this shit because all of our statistics are treated like it's set in stone, it's static, and it doesn't change. So today we might be last, tomorrow we might be next to last. Then we might be last again. It changes over time in other communities other than the white community, which is the only community that's truly separated. All the other fucking minorities are in the same bucket, is what I'm trying to say. But we act like, oh, Latinos are killing us and Asians are killing. They're not.
Well, Rico, we're not saying that. All we're saying is we're bad and we need to fix it. That's all we're saying. We ain't saying we don't care about them. We don't care about them because they don't care about us. So we're not. I mean, statistically speaking, we're not concerned about what other people are doing.
But what I'm saying
about us.
No, but the weaponization, because I will hear black men say, "Oh, black women ain't crap. Look at Latino women. They did." I'm like, bullshit. I'm married to one. It ain't no better in that fucking community. Stop saying that. Just say whatever you want to say about black women, but don't sit there and put other people comparative to them as if they're better, especially if you're not doing it.
But I think most of us are not doing that.
Most of them are.
Okay.
In this
for example, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Tomorrow morning, it's Sunday, right? You know, I do the Black History Minute, and I do rescuing black boys. On there, I had a stat on there from the government where it says black boys have the lowest test scores in math, science, and English.
And what's the percentage?
I forgot the percentage.
And then what's the percentage of Latino boys? Maybe 2
Everybody's higher than us. Everybody's higher than us.
By what percentage? 2 or 3% higher?
What?
Yes, Clarence.
Wait. What difference does that make, Rico? We need to fix our situation, right? That's like, hey, look, Rico. I'm gonna use the same line. That same logic. Hey, we got a flat. Me and you in the car. We got a flat tire. Hey, but the Mexican in front of us got a flat tire too.
Yes.
So what? We need to fix our flat tire. Why are we worried about his flat tire? We need to fix our flat tire.
No, what I'm telling you is it goes back to what Oracle said from the beginning. What she said from the beginning is because what we do is we always just look at the position we in without zero context as to why we're in the position. So we just want to say we're in last place as if for some fucking magical reason we chose to be in last place.
Nobody said that, Rico.
Clarence, I'm saying to the people who consistently use other communities as a metric to shit on us, to stop doing that because they're doing barely any better than us. So if we're fucked up, they're all fucked up. So that means what's the enemy? White supremacy. Not that just we're fucked up. It's set up and structured for us, Asians, Latinos, women, to all be at the fucking bottom. So if we're having a hard time clawing up out of it, it's systems in place, is what I'm trying to say.
Agreed. But my thing is
this. And you know what they say? Black women ain't shit, black women ain't shit, black women ain't shit. And I'm like, I'm not accepting that narrative.
No, none of us are accepting that narrative. we're definitely not accepting it here. But what I'm saying, Rico, is
narrative is being pushed and no one challenges it because again they come in with all this
well, let's ask Oracle.
bullshit.
Let's ask Oracle. She's a female, right? Let's ask Oracle. Oracle, Sister Oracle, beloved, do you think that black men, and I'm sure there's some are there out there, but do you think as a whole that we don't care about black women? Because I hear a lot of black women say that. So I want to know if who thinks that actually is the truth.
It's being simplified.
As far as the entire diaspora known as the black people, I think black men, for the most part, value the black woman not only on his mate or his mother, but all black women in general, for the most part. However, there is a small sector that is growing that has a disgruntled view of the black woman. Okay, is he coming back?
No, he's got to go.
Oh, okay, all right. So I was kind of gonna ask him some questions, but okay, I guess we'll save it for another day. But yes, so yeah, I'll just keep it short and sweet. That I don't believe that the average black person is viewing black women in some disgruntled way. However, I do believe I cannot ignore that there is a growing group of black gentlemen that have a disdain for black women for whatever reason. Maybe it be upbringing or experience with other baby mamas, and some of it due in part to we need to stop this mess about pressing child support. That needs to be addressed. That's a whole problem in our community. And I think that if I'm not mistaken, that was one of Kevin's last stance, that it was one woman on that particular video with the beautiful young lady at the end, but the woman before her. He was addressing her about her, making her look at her in the mirror on why her baby daddy was not visiting that child in some fashion or another. And come to find out, it's because she was taking a vast majority of this man's check. That needs to stop. Because a lot of these women, at the end of the day, the money that they get for these child support settlements don't even match up to what if he would have been paying to the house if he was there. I mean, just let's face it. Who pays upwards to 70, 80% of their income when they're in the home to the child itself? But when he leaves the home, he got to pay that child 70, 80% of his income in some cases. That don't make sense.
Yeah,
so it's not up to the government to solve this. It's the problem. It's up to the black woman to solve that problem.
How?
So whenever we hear these things from our brothers, we must pay attention. You know,
how do we solve that situation then, sis? How do we
getting a woman to see, pinpointing what Kevin was spearheading there. That's something right there. Getting the woman to face herself, which is going to be one of the hardest tasks anybody would take on. Because the worst thing you could do is try and get on somebody's side when you're speaking against them, and then they in turn accept that. That's one of the worst things you could do. That will create one of the most strained relationships minimum. All the way up to beats, feet, dismissals of whatever it is that you're saying, all the way up to physical altercations. If you're one-on-one with a female, you tell her straight up, you're out of your mind. You're sitting, you can't talk to her like that, but you have to say the language. So we need to correct our language.
You mean both men and women?
Both men and women toward one another when we're correcting each other. I can't correct you if I'm coming with you or to you with disrespect and incorrect language. Because it goes back to what you were saying. You have to verify that point. You can't just blurt that out. You have to solidify that and bonify it and verify it and qualify it. You have to. Or else it wouldn't mean anything. You're just saying a bunch of words and it's going to sound like you're trying to be fly. You know how we are. We always take it the wrong way.
Right.
And we mean the
Right.
most good. We mean the most good. But we're misunderstood. We are the most misunderstood people on the planet. So yes.
Let me welcome brother. He said to the platform. Hi. Shout out to you, brother. How you feeling today?
I'm good, man. Thank y'all for having me. What up, brother Clarence? How you doing, my sister?
Yes, it's a pleasure
I've
to
seen
meet
you in
you.
the streets, brother. I've seen you around, man. It was good to finally meet you, talk to you one on one, brother. And did you have a question for either myself or Sister Oracle, or a comment or whatever, brother? Just jump
Nah, I
right
was
in, man.
actually just enjoying you guys' rhetoric, just the objectiveness and how you guys are coming at it from, every side, giving an objective view on brother KS, having reflections, and I'm just admiring the conversation. Rest in peace to brother KS. I didn't agree with his necessary tactics, but I'm not the type of person to kill the messenger when they have a great message. I think, if you are on a desert island and someone brings you a steak on a garbage can lid, I think you take the steak. You don't complain about the garbage can lid. Now, if you're in a restaurant, absolutely. You can put your nose up, but I think the state that we're in right now, we kind of on a desert island. So to put your nose up because the steak is on a garbage can lid, or you don't like the bedside manner of the doctor that's giving you life-saving medicine, I think that's minute. So rest in peace to KS, but shout out to y'all for having this conversation.
Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you, man. All right, so I got a question for y'all. Now I'm gonna tell you about me about KS. I did not agree with 100% of what he said. Probably, I would say more around like Rico, probably about 65, 70%. Probably what he said. So I'm gonna start off, and then you guys can tell me what y'all had. Now I'm asking you what your biggest disagreement with him. My greatest disagreement with, well, I gotta choose. I had two. The first disagreement I had with, which is he encouraged women to not educate themselves at the above the 12th grade, and I thought that was irresponsible on his part, and I didn't agree with that. He said that they should go after husbands, and they should not even educate themselves further than the 12th grade. I vehemently disagreed with that. I thought that was very irresponsible, but I think I saw what he was trying to do, but unfortunately, I don't think that he realized the totality of pushing that kind of program would be. The next thing I had, the biggest thing I had was the fact that if I make a certain amount of income, then I'm able to, walk off of our marriage vows whenever I so choose. And so I didn't like that because to me, if you commit to somebody that you're gonna do something, then I think you should follow through with that commitment. If you don't want to commit to that, then don't. Don't get married. Just have relations with somebody, play house, but don't commit to somebody and say, hey, I'm gonna be just with you in a monogamous situation. But now that I'm making $200,000 or $300,000 a year, that opens the door for me to not have to be committed to this situation anymore. But you are, I'm just not, because I'm making more money than you. That to me, because I don't think that no man would accept that if a female came up and said, hey, now I'm making more money than you, so if I want to go and get a little something out there on the side, I'm okay. I should be okay. And the man would be like, what are you talking about? Why? And the female would say, well, Kevin Samuels said if you make more money, you can, the door's open. I don't think no man would accept that. So those are my biggest pet peeves with him. And we can pass the ball around. Sister Oracle, what was your biggest pet peeve or the pet peeves that you had with him?
Sure thing. Thank you so much. Yes, my pet peeve with Kevin Samuels was he would objectify women sexually. So what do I mean by this? It's almost like, not almost like, but it reminds me of the history stories we learned when the slave master would pick his slave out of the auction lineup. Whenever you're going for people's personal appearance, you're reducing them to that. Whenever you're going for a person's personal fitness, you're reducing them to that. If that's the only value you give them, how fit are you? That's objectifying. And the coupling of that idea with low education, early marital rates with men that are your father's age and older. Those three things were the main pinpoints that I didn't see eye to eye on. I saw what he was trying to do, because you got to catch a woman early these days, because they're so spoiled by the time they get to my age till they're no good to anybody, not even to themselves in some cases. So for that reason, I get the objective, but the manner in which he was stating, he was eliminating the young black man that should be in league with her at life cycle. So at that specific life cycle, at 20 years old, she should then therefore be with somebody that's vital like her, that's going to be around to raise that child completely to adulthood and beyond. That's the normal progression of life cycle and generational cycle. He wanted you to break that. He wants you to be in competition with your younger mentors, dear black man, and the young woman be in competition with her older mentors, dear black woman. You see the crisscross here? So for that reason, I would say that was the number one reason I would object.
Okay, Sister Oracle, we're gonna put a pin in some of that, because I gotta talk to you about some of that. But let's move on to our brother He said. Brother He said, what's some of your pet peeves about Kevin Samuels? We all agree that we missed the brother. We wish he was still here, and R.I.P. So this ain't no bashing him. It's just some of the things we disagree with him about.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah, I can entertain the conversation. I mean, I was absolutely a fan. I was Kevin Samuels in my house way before he was out. I'm a father of all girls, so sometimes again the medicine was a little nasty. It came off a little harsh. It came off a little loud. It came off a little manly. But unfortunately, I couldn't curtail it. I couldn't pull it back. And the world is what it is. And I had to give them those lessons they see now as grown-ups. But if I had to pick a pet peeve, I would say the monetization, the bullying of the monetization, the way he would, get the likes up, or I'm putting on this annoying music.
Oh man.
X amount of dollars before I can.
Extortion, that's the word.
and I'll be honest with you, I needed the medicine that he was given. Like, I was taking those lessons daily. And for him to cut it off because, people weren't donating to his liking was a little insensitive to the people who were, and to the people who really were just listening for the message. I really wasn't trying to cut through all of the ins and outs, because in totality, logically, to me, it made sense. You absolutely want to take advantage of your younger years, because, the fruit hangs on the tree a little higher when you're younger. So, just different points made a little bit of sense to me. And again, raising daughters, trying to give them the information to, be what you want to be. If you want to be a wife, we can gear you toward that. If you want to be a worker, we can gear you toward that. But we need to know what you want to be before we can start making the way of, making some viable headway. And I'll stop there.
Right on, brother. Appreciate you, man. All right, sis, I got to come at you just a little bit. Now, you said objectify. First, you said objectify women. So let's start there. Okay. Now, when we talk about male-female relationships, what is the most critical portion of a male-female relationship? That in the beginning, what is the most critical portion of that?
Friendship.
I would disagree with you. I would say definitely for men, it would be attraction. It would definitely be physical attraction. That's going to be the first thing that a man's going to. That's going to be the first thing that a man's going to use to decide if he's going to risk being turned down or embarrassed by going up to a woman and asking her if he could spend more time with her. He's going to balance that based on her physical attraction. Would you agree with that? Would you accept that? Yes, ma'am.
Why would a man even consider something he's not attracted to in the first place?
That's my point. That's my point. So, because that leads us into the objectifying, where the woman will consider that objectifying, where that's just a natural state of males. A male is going to be a male's in this construct in a civilized construct. Other males in the animal kingdom don't have to worry about that, but in a civilized construct, now we have to have a way to separate the different females from each other, because we can't just jump on any female we want. We got to select one, supposedly.
So if that's the case, it's not even an argument, right?
No, it's not. That's why I said when I heard you say that word, I said, well, let's make sure we all
the problem then becomes the woman's self-image. What do you know about a female's self-image?
We can only assume based on her appearance. Because your answer was friendship. And my question to you would be, so was I attracted to your friendship from across the room?
I wouldn't look at you if I wasn't attracted to you. So that's not an argument. The argument then becomes that if I am attracted to you, the most important thing to me would be friendship first. I wouldn't even pay attention to you for 1 second in that way if I was not attracted to you. So that's not the argument here. The argument here is objectifying females. There's a difference here, and I'm going to tell you why. The reason why there's a difference in objectifying females is because they're now reduced to their physical appearance without the other half of themselves, which is their brain. You're wanting a woman to look the way she looked, but you have not acknowledged her brain. But if she shows you her brain, that same woman you're attracted to now becomes unattractive because she had the whole nerve to have a brain. You see?
I disagree
now,
with
the education factors and the life experiences and the wisdom and knowledge that's been instilled in her, if she's expressing this thing to you, how attractive will she remain after that is the problem. Because you have different people with different mindsets. We do not have group relationships. You're an attractive group, I'm an attractive group, boom, we're together as a whole unit. No, this is an individual case-by-case basis. And that concept has been left out a lot of the argument altogether. However, I do give him the idea that that is a starting point, but that is not the end-all to be-all. And for some people, it is the end-all to be-all.
Right, and that's
the idea that this female is a brain, too.
Agreed.
So now is she attractive now? Now, check this out. Do you consider attraction only and solely to be physical?
In the beginning, yes. Yeah. In the beginning, absolutely.
This is why 99.9% of all relationships do not work, because of that concept right now. And let me tell you why. If I'm basing you strictly off of your gorgeousness, you're beautiful, and you're built, and your dick size, and this and that, and that's it, then I get to know you as a person. I have a problem because now I'm not attracted to your brain, your mindset. You're not giving me what I want. You don't feed my intellect. You're too, you're aloof of life. And I need somebody of a more intellectual status as well. So how would I be able to handle that and just say, oh, I'll just let bygones be bygones and bypass that? Or he's a gorgeous man. I don't care what his mindset is. Now we're in a house that's torn down because we don't agree on anything. We don't have any commonality. We haven't even investigated things. Why? I objectified this guy. I looked at him for his looks and his dick size, and regardless of anything else.
But see, that's not what I'm saying. Is that most men are going to be attracted to the physical presence first, and then all those other things he can study after but he has to have an initial attraction first. That's what I'm saying. He has to have initial attraction first, and his initial
That's
attraction
separate from objectifying. The reason why is because when you groom a woman into thinking that she only needs a certain amount of education, certain amount of income because it doesn't matter, certain amount of mindset because it doesn't matter, you're reducing her down to some Barbie doll blow up.
Agreed.
This is how the female's going to see this. She doesn't have the capacity to think like a man. So no, she's not going to view how you view her the same way. Your view of this attractive woman is going to be misconstrued in her mind because she's going to then think that now I got to go to the butcher shop because I don't look like that after this child no more. I got to go get the lip implant because he's over here looking at this person. I got to go get the hair extension because I can't grow my hair like that. And now you got this whole morph of a Frankenstein female, with the big booty injection. And she looked like a whole basketball going down the street. So I'm just saying, you can't have it both ways. You gotta pick the struggle, man. See, we're not being realistic with our aspirations and expectations of one another. And that is a main core problem in the Black community.
What you say, brother? He said, what'd you say, brother?
I hear what y'all saying. With the sister, I'm not sure if I completely agree, only because maybe I'm not sure on what you mean when you say by men are objectifying women. I lean more toward Brother Clarence because, again, we are visual and we're attracted to your appearance before we can get to friendship or know your brain or any of the things that you alluded to. We lock eyes from across the room. Then we get to know you, and we have a choice on whether or not, based on your personality, your brain, whether or not we continue to get to know you. What you are alluding to was, I think, more of ignoring red flags based on someone's attractiveness because of his D size. I kind of overlooked the things, and now we're here in this house and it's falling down. And if I would have looked a little more closely in the beginning, I would have seen that this guy was only looks. I don't think that's what Kevin was alluding to at all. I think that we start out a relationship, and based on, for women, security, based on men, visual, and then we take it further. I do agree with your overall point that we don't take enough time to vet, ask the proper questions, and take things into consideration in totality versus just the tangible looks, what you bring to the table, who's paying for the first date, so on and so forth. But in regards to Kevin Samuels in this whole situation, I don't think that he objectified women. I think he addressed callers. I think he allowed the callers to come on his platform. The callers that he allowed so happened to be women because he weren't accepting men at a particular time. But when they came on, he just ran down a certain list of questions and itinerary that he usually goes down. And when they begin to answer the question, they begin to fall into a category. And I don't think he was talking about women in general. I think he was talking about a specific group of women, which he called modern women. And again, for people to take the sound bites and to take what they wanted to hear versus listening in totality to the entire episode and realize that he allowed people to call, gave them certain leeway. When people called up with certain entitlement and disrespecting the host, then he got a little outside of himself. And that's what people mainly focused on when he got outside of himself, because hundreds of women called up very disrespectful, not ready, smoke detectors in the background, kids still up, but nobody alluded to any of those things. They just noticed that he was a little insensitive to them and giving them information to make them better people. So again, what I initially said was I would love to know what you mean when you say objectify these women.
When I say objectify these women, these women will walk away, me being a woman, I'm speaking from a female perspective, I will walk away from that knowing that I inadequate, because he pointed out every physical inadequacy I have. Okay. I wouldn't be concentrating on anything else but my physical self and how inadequate and how out of tune I am with what is supposed to be the model female for the high valued man. See, that's a damage to my mental state, my self esteem, because if I did that to a man, I would be called out of every name known to man besides the child of God as being a very disrespected Black woman. And see, that's what I'm talking about right there. Okay. So you can't have it both ways. You can't tear this woman down with the truth and at the same time expect her to swallow that pill and still look at herself in some light. And you're not licensed to even therapy me and walk me back from that and deprogram me and walk me back out of that properly like a licensed therapist would. It's a form for that. And I can't think of it right off my tongue right now because I'm all over the place. But at the same time, what I'm saying to you is that you are not to expect to see that because you're what? A man. So no, you're not going to see what a woman sees when a man talks to her in that fashion about her and her physical appearance. Okay? That's one. Two, it's okay to address a woman attributes, but at the same time, don't be in a fantasy land with it as a cookie cutter mentality about it to where she cannot nowhere near in her life because of her genes she got from her father and her mother will not allow her to fit that mold. If she's going to be a tall woman, a big woman, don't you know that in genetics that's sometimes passed through the genes? Don't you know blood types are passed through the genes? Skin defects passed through the genes. A lot of birth defects, a lot of deformities, later facial features are passed through the genes. That's the face. Body type. Some women have one breast that's bigger than the other. That's a genome issue. Body type. Some people have large hands, large long limbs, short limbs. Some people are not even tall. Some people are short. We come in every range known to man. So for you to say that whatever mold of a woman in your fantasy mind that you want her to fit, she will never fit that. As a gentleman known as Kevin Samuels would never see that because he can't. He's a man. Y'all will never see what a woman experiences or feels when a man cuts her down to her core about her physical self. That's objectifying. That's making her an object, like this candle. Once I burn this candle, it will be no more use. Okay? It has a big gaping hole for me burning it up. That's the passage of time. Women age. And when we age, we deform with age. Gravity takes a hold because that's the laws of physics. We get wrinkles in our face. We start to show the beatings and the issues of our life as time passes and we go through things. We show our scars, our war wounds from our birthing of our children to war wounds from battles out in the world. And when you take that same damaged woman in her physical state to a gentleman like Kevin Samuels, then you have the issue of, is he caring for this person really, or is he trying to maximize off of her demise and lot in life?
Okay, I agree with you that the way he delivered some of his information could have been hurtful. Not could have been. It was obviously was hurtful. But here's the one thing was he never did that to anybody that didn't call into his show. He didn't go finding people and say, "Come over to my show. I'm gonna treat you nice." And then when he got over there, he said, Most of the people that called up there knew what they were potentially getting into by going on his platform. So if you can say, hey, this he was doing certain things to women, it wasn't without their permission. They were obviously getting into agreeing to have whatever was going to happen to them because they chose as adults to get on the platform. Now I'm going to say a couple different things. Number one, when we say that he wasn't a judge, I'm saying this. In the beginning, as males, let me start from the beginning. We in this civilized society, we use monogamy to do pair bonding here. We typically use monogamy to do pair bonding, right? We can agree on that, can we? Okay. So it is the monogamy that drives the beauty appearance. It's the monogamy because we need a way to separate one woman from the other, right? So the monogamy drives the competition. That means women have to compete with each other because now women are competing. See, in a polygamous situation, like lions and tigers, there's no compete. You don't have to compete. You're in heat, man's around, boom, it's going down. Whether it's 5 of them, 10 of them, 20 of them, it's going down, right? There are no excuse me, there are no lifelong bonds. But now we're in a civilized society. We have lifelong bonds, quote unquote, with marriage and long-term relationships. So we have lifelong, quote unquote, lifelong bonds. Therefore, we as men have to decide which one of these women am I going to put all my resources into. This creates competition among the women. So what is one of the separators that the women use is the beauty appearance. That's one of the separators that they use. That means me as a woman, I'm going to separate myself from you, Sister Oracle. I'm going to, okay, you got long eyelashes, I'm running to the store, I'm getting longer eyelashes. You got long hair, I'm running to the store, I'm going to go get longer hair. You got a nice dress on, I'm going to the store, I'm going to get a nicer dress, a shorter dress than you, right? And so on and so forth, right? Because of the monogamy. It's the monogamy that drives that. So it's not really, Kevin was kind of just pointing that out that, okay, if this is the situation that we're in, then if you say you want a person that makes X amount of dollars, that kind of person, what kind of woman is that person going to be looking for? And if you don't fall into that category, here's how you can fall in that category. You need to go, maybe you need to address this situation and this situation and this situation so that you might be able to fall into that category. Or here's the real one. If you can't address any of these situations, because there's situations that can be addressed, then there's conditions. Conditions cannot be addressed. There's a condition. I have 3 children. I can't be working out every day. I got 3 children at home. I can't do that, right? I can't go to the gym every day. Okay, so that's a condition. If there's conditions, then maybe we ought to lower our standards in what we're looking for as a man. Because most of the, like you said, since most of the women that called up there, yeah, I got 2 children. I'm not really working right now, but I want a man that's making $150,000 a year. Okay, okay, do you think a man like that is really going to pick you over women that don't have these conditions going on, right? So I agree with you on this point. Some of the way he delivered this information was insulting. I will give you that. But I don't think it was because he made it up, because this is just animalistic thinking. We want women. We as men, we want women, right? If you're a man and you say you walk into a room, like Tupac said, you walk into a room, there's women in there, your stomach is going to start fluttering, everything like that, just because it's a woman in the room, right? Same thing, I think women have the same issue with, I don't care how old you are. You're going to have that, saying these butterflies, and you got to learn how to control that, right? So in that case, that is not a design of Kevin Samuels. That is a design of monogamy. Now he points out the issues in that construct that, okay, you may have to address these issues, because if you're looking for a man that's making a certain amount of money, he's gonna have a lot of choices, right? Would you agree with that, Sister Oracle?
I think men have the choices that's before them. So what that means, that is it possible for a man to fall in love with somebody with 5 kids that's not his? Yeah,
absolutely.
Just as much as I think it that a man cannot make it with a woman solely off of her appearance. So
but now here's the thing. Here's the thing. Sister Oracle, let me stop you right there. I'm gonna let you finish.
Mm-hmm.
Is it likely that a man's gonna fall in love? Because see, I notice a lot of times women will extrapolate a situation like Russell Wilson and Sierra. Oh, that happens all the time. It doesn't happen all the time. It doesn't happen all the time. It's a rare occasion that something like that may happen. So I just want us to be realistic with our expectations.
Exactly. You got it. That part right there. That's it. Be realistic.
You're gonna get me up.
Because what one man might view as beautiful, another man might not. Don't you know that there is a whole group of men that won't fuck with a woman, excuse my French, and I mean that literally, unless she's big. They have a whole group of men that out here got a whole fetish behind big women.
Agreed.
So what you're saying is if you line 10 men up, it is going to be those 10 men you described, or what are those 10 men, or the majority of those 10 men going to one-on-one?
So what I'm going to say to you here is, I didn't quite catch all of what you're saying, but let me ask you this. If you saw one woman as beautiful and another man didn't, would that matter to you if you date her? If somebody said, "No, man, no, you don't want to do that. That's no, that's a wrap." Would that stop you from being attracted to her on your level of physical appearance and attractiveness?
It wouldn't.
Okay, so with that being said, that everybody has their own meaning to what beautiful is, regardless of their bank account. Because if you get enough females that will show you that if you wound up on life support, they pulling the plug. Now, this is a beautiful 6 feet tall model. You don't get better than a Tyra Banks type woman that he with. His ideal female, all natural. But the second he have an issue, she ain't got his back. Okay.
Understand.
Kids come over. She's distant from. She's not even trying to form a relationship with these children. She's too cute.
Understandable.
She want Birkin bag. She want that hair laid that's gonna cost money. She want that house. She want those crystals in that house on that table. She gonna want stuff because she know that she your trophy, and she gonna want you to doll her up. Okay. So in other words, this is much as a high value man may not be anything to a regular woman. It's the same thing as a regular man may not be anything to a glamour woman based on physical and monetary gain. Okay. So as a whole, do I believe that we fall for that? No, I think it was just sheer entertainment. I don't believe that for 1 second that every single black female is out here gunning for anybody that is a high value in the totality of things.
But my sister, why would you think that? It's not a utopia. We all know that we're all individuals.
Maybe we're misunderstanding each other.
Let me tackle this subject. So you were alluding to the objectification of women, and what I was speak. It's kind of speaking to exactly what Brother KS was talking about, because I hear you speaking to how he spoke to the women, but I don't hear you saying anything about how women objectified themselves by, number one.
No, we're not going to go there. No, we're not going to play the straw man. Let's stay on topic over here. So what we gotta do is just stick strictly to the subject.
So here we go. I'm gonna continue. What I was saying is a lot of those sisters were calling themselves 8s and aboves. And I didn't hear anybody saying, oh, you're objectifying yourself, because you're not on Beyonce's level or
I get it. You're thinking that because
if I'm just allowed to finish, I promise I'll make sense of it.
Okay.
So again, when these sisters were calling themselves 8s and 9s and 10s, because he took 7 out, because again, everyone would resort to that. So with just that, the world where no one's a 6, no one's a 5 or a 4, realistically, we know there are. And again, like you're saying, individually, you know, what's beautiful to one guy isn't beautiful to another guy. But are you saying we can't speak generally? We can't line 10 guys up, and if 10 guys say, I like a woman of this size, that can't be a collective? We have to say, no, well, we don't have all the guys in the world lined up, so we can't say. I'm not sure if that's fair. What would you say to that?
I don't think I understand what you're saying by line 10 men up. Explain that part to me.
I'm speaking generally. You're making it sound like we're not able to speak generally. Men generally like a certain body type. Your rebuttal is, you know, there's a whole community of men who like big women, and that's understandable. That's their community. That's not men and the collective thought of what the popular body type is for men. You're just speaking to a particular group.
The entire argument is objective. Did you know that?
No, I'm trying to get you to help me understand that. That's the whole conversation.
My argument is the argument that I had with Kevin Samuels, is that he objectified women. But your entire argument is objectifying women.
I'm saying that it's not objectifying them when
what is it then?
It's reflecting on their point. When they come in again, sis, you have to.
What would you call the activity of dressing down a woman's physical appearance?
I'm not sure what you mean by dressing down, sis. Again, he's not attacking women.
And let me tell you why it's objectifying.
Okay.
Because he doesn't give it a subjective aspect to it at all. Ever.
Okay.
All the objective way. It's objective.
So maybe I'm wrong, Brother Clarence.
No, it's he's on script. He is on script.
So let me help me understand, Brother Clarence. When women call his show, he asked them to rate themselves. After they rate themselves,
that argument
on them.
After they're objectifying themselves. But what I'm telling you is that is not the argument.
Did you say anything like that first?
That's not the argument, though. You're throwing something in there that has nothing to do with the argument.
Okay, I'm sorry.
2 rights don't make a wrong, and 2 wrongs don't make a right.
Okay.
Things in context here. Just because they do it too doesn't make his wrong right.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Let me ask you a question, Sister Oracle.
Yes.
Because I'm also having trouble following you with some of the part of the way that you're going with because I look at it like brother he said these were women that actually called him, right? And for the most part, now you might could find the tape, but for the most part, he was dealing with the person directly in front of him at the time. I never really heard him say, all black women do this, all black women do that. I've heard him say something similar to that when he got pissed off. When he got real mad, he would say stuff like that. But generally speaking, he was generally dealing with the person in front of him.
I get it. Because if I held a show and I told this man, in order to get this female, you're gonna have to get a dick implant. You're a little short down there. If I told you had a beer belly, you ain't got no 6-pack, what's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Where your biceps at?
I wish a woman would. I wish a woman would
Why
have
are
a show
you
like
this
that.
tall? What's wrong with you?
Come outside. I'm hearing that. I don't want no scrub.
I need you to go get you a toothbrush.
You live at home with your mama? I'm talking to you. You ain't got no money?
You ain't got no teeth in your mouth. Man, what is wrong with you?
Wait a minute. Wouldn't it be funny, y'all, if it was a woman out there with a show and she said, rate yourself from 1 to 10, can you use 7? And then she said, bank account, penis size, right? It would be funny, right? I hope somebody do it. Hey, Oracle, you need to do that. You need that. That's what I'm putting you on that job. You need to do that.
I'm in the trucking community. All I deal with is big overweight people like myself. No, that would never work.
All right, so let's get back to your subjective argument,
Okay.
Sister O. All right, Sister O. So I feel like this is my understanding that Brother Kevin was always talking not always, but most of the time he was directly dealing with the person in front of him. So
Yeah.
it was basically his perspective at that time.
Yes.
Now, if I say something, right, I say this is a beautiful cup, right? I have a cup in front of me. I say this is a beautiful cup. And then Brother He says, well, I don't think that's so beautiful. It's gonna be subjective between the both of us, right? But if he says, yeah, man, that's beautiful, and I pick another cup and I say, yeah, man, and he said, yeah, that's beautiful, then obviously he is just agreeing with me because either he trusts my judgment or he just generally agrees with me, right? But that doesn't mean that there aren't other people that's not going to see that cup as not looking good.
We're
right?
on the same page, yes.
Okay, so if you have a show like that, he's not going to be able to say, hey, this is just my opinion. He should have probably started it out like that, but that's okay. He said, but he's not going to say every time the show starts, this is just my opinion. What I say to these people is just my opinion. You may see it differently, whatever, because at his age, he's probably feeling like, hey, everybody understands that already. I don't have to keep saying that to people.
I get it.
I'm
It's
insulting
all about the male ego.
I'm insulting the intelligence of the audience.
Yeah, I get it. It's all about the male ego and appeasing to the what you call the animalistic side of the male. The part that he doesn't get to express that much.
See,
so that's why I enjoyed the show. I actually thought it was funny, but what I don't agree with is the potential damage that the viewer audience could experience from watching such a thing.
All right.
There is no one in the building.
Okay. Sorry, somebody else is talking to me. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. So what I'm concerned about is when we're powerful people in our position. Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought somebody was saying something.
They were, but that's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So thank you. And so what I'm saying to you is I'm being how you say facetious. Okay. When I say that I don't agree with him objectifying women, of course, men would not talk to a female unless he was attracted to her. Of course, these things are common mating rituals that we go through. I'm not trying to be ridiculous here at all. So I don't want to be misunderstood. The only thing that I was trying to say is that you cannot then couple that with visceral. So, and unfortunately for him, his cut so deep to where a man can't see that cut because he took great joy in the bloodshed. So when you're not only objectifying the woman, but you're doing it in a vicious way that she's perceived as vicious. I do not care for 1 second how y'all don't get that as men because you can't. You're a man. It's not possible. Unless you're in a prison unit and some guard does it to you, you will not get it. But if you are able to reach into your feminine self, because we have both, man and feminine attributes of ourselves, if you can reach into that softer side of yourself, is what I'm saying, into the more understanding side of yourself, the more humanitarian of you, then you may have a hope and a chance of getting and grasping what a woman feels like and hears. Because we don't just hear, we feel. We're feeling creatures. We take it all in. We're internal. We internalize everything somebody comes at us, no matter how small it is. And for 1 second to know that you're looking at me like I'm a pile of shit, literally, because I'm overweight, because I'm this dress size, because I'm this color skin, because I don't have a certain teeth in my mouth, because I have one titty bigger than the other. For me to know that about you, it's gonna be like I would probably want to take my own life. And that's the danger that a lot of people don't realize that people with power have.
Let me explain real quick. I hear you, Sister O. Let me explain real quick why men don't see that.
Who cares, right? Don't nobody care.
No. I want to explain why men don't see that. Because here's how men think. If I tell brother, he said, brother, hey, it's some dudes up there. They looking for a dude just like you. If you go up there, they're gonna pound you. They're gonna sock you in the face. And brother, he say, I'm gonna go up there anyway. Boom! They pound him in the face.
I'm talking about the audience, though.
No. But I'm just saying why men. I'm talking about why men. I hear you, but I'm telling you how men think. This is why men don't get that. See, you're right. What you're saying is right, but I'm telling you why men don't get it.
Oh no, I get why men don't get it.
Men look at it like this. Well, let me finish this scenario. Men look at it like this. If I told you that was going to happen to you, and you went up there and it happened to you, don't come back looking for me to feel sorry for you.
You're right.
You went up there. You knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
And then same thing, brother. He said to me, Brother Clarence, it's a group of dudes around that corner. They knocking down any dude that got a bald head that goes around there.
Yeah.
And I say to him, well, I'm going over there anyway, brother. He said, I'm going over there. When I come back, and I've come back crying, the brother, he said, they hit me. He gonna say, you know what? Didn't I tell you not to go up there? I told you not to go up there.
You don't hear me argue that point, because if you go in that ring, you get with that beast. You get what you asked for.
So this is why men don't have no pity, because you called him. That's why they don't have pity for that situation.
I never said have pity for the female that called in. That was never, like I told the gentleman in our chat here earlier. I addressed that earlier, that this isn't about the caller. This is about the audience. This is about the young lady that's looking in, her daughter, her sister, her mother, that's actually watching her. You with Kevin Samuels? Come on, let's go watch.
But why blame one person in the ring? Why don't we blame both people that's getting because Kevin Samuels wouldn't have a show if it was for black women. Black women are the ones that provided the show for him. So they should take some responsibility for that situation, right? If you're giving the young black girls a bad look, Kevin couldn't do that if black women called into the show.
Them calling in, that's exactly right.
Okay. Absolutely. All right. So therefore, both people, Kevin, and the sisterhood that call in have an issue.
They have an issue. Yes.
Okay, so that shows how powerful black women are. If they would just say, you know what, we're going to not call in no more, Kevin's show is over. Yeah. The show is done. It's dead.
Yeah.
But they kept calling in. Now, here's the question. I'm asking both of you guys. Here's the question. Why would, because you're an intelligent sister, and the brother, he said very intelligent brother too. Why would women continue to call in knowing that they're setting a bad example for young black women? They're letting a man pretty much tear them down. If they're not up to his standards, he's gonna let them know, right? He had some women on there that was up to his physical standards, but they had other conditions, right? Children, other different conditions that they had that made them not as high on the list, right? Some of them were physically, he in his wheelhouse, right? But my point is, why would women continually call here? I have an answer for that, but I want to hear what you guys have to say. Why would women continually call if?
I'll let the brother give his answer.
Yes, ma'am. What do you think, brother? He said.
That's simple. Feelings. The sister kind of alluded to it earlier. She said feelings, women are feelings driven, and they call in wanting to feel a particular way, thinking that it's going to go a particular way, and they're going to hang up feeling really good about themselves or feeling like an 8, a 9, or a 10, but it doesn't go that way. Kind of goes a little bit different. And again, just based off, the information that you gave, it's really unique because, again, I really think that we focus more on what we want to see than the entire conversation and the meat that's on the bones in those conversations. And I think it's because of the way that we feel. And if something doesn't make us feel particularly well, we don't lean towards it. The sister made a lot of valid points, but for you to dismiss us as men and the way we feel and how we can, like you said, it's impossible for us to know how you feel as women. I don't know if I can agree with that. Me particularly, and I'm only going to dive into my anecdotal experience because it warrants this conversation. I was raised by my mom till she passed away really young. Then I was raised by my grandmom and my auntie. And I come from a very matriarchal family. And then I went on to grow up and I got a wife and 4 daughters. And I have 1 adopted daughter that I take care of as well. So with a collective of all of these women, I have absolutely, in my 47 years of living and watching and being astute, I have absolutely learned to learn women, appreciate them, and I can absolutely identify with the different health situations that arise and individual unique instances that come up, but that ain't everybody.
But it's fun, right? It's
I'm
fun
almost finished. I ain't never seen a big skeleton in my life. So when you talk about your big bone and, genetics, yeah, to a point, but a lot of that is pork. A lot of that is McDonald's. A lot of it is just no discipline and doesn't want anyone to tell you what to do. Therefore, things fall by the wayside. So again, in totality, I do understand that there are unique instances, but we're not going to alleviate people from being health conscious. And there are 3 categories here in America. There is healthy, there is overweight, and there is obese. If you fall in one of the areas and you don't feel you need to do the necessary adjustments, you cannot blame society for noticing that you fall in one of these categories versus blaming yourself for adjusting the category in which you fit in.
Yes, my brother, you're most definitely correct on every point. But it's fun, though. It's fun to go on those panels and watch people get ripped apart, and it's entertaining. And we cannot ignore that. I think a brother was saying that earlier on the earlier portion, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong, Brother Clarence, something to the effect that we have to take into account the effects of social media. Social media panelists trying to appease them and go in that with a wholehearted hope that we can hold their interests and also their patriotism to some degree. We set up these chat rooms and we set up our PayPals and other ways that we can gain monetarily. And if people are paying us and we are now truly an actor in our own right, which I consider myself, then therefore I must do the job at being better than my last hit. So would y'all concede or say that to some degree it was necessary for him to pull out the talents on these women in that regard? Because who's going to pay attention, playing the devil advocate, who's going to pay attention to a regular talk radio? If we're just going to address, the general public at large, and the health condition, the economic condition, socioeconomic condition, the food deserts. And, we're just going to just do this thing where we're hoping that the same group of people will hold on to our every word. I mean, that doesn't even make sense. I wouldn't watch because it's too, boring. But if you're getting up there on your panel in your suit and tie, and you're pulling the gloves off on these females in some cases, letting them know straight up and down, no, honey, we don't care nothing about your income. You could be a millionaire all you want. You ugly than a motherfucker. That's the way it comes across. I don't care how polite he says his rhetoric. What we hear is, bitch, you ugly and fat. And you need to do something about that before you think about getting any man, let alone a high value man, So I'm not going to take away from the interest level that he created in all of that. And I do get that, and I'm on board with showing a Black woman. So I don't want to be misunderstood, because y'all are the leaders, whether y'all want to be or not, in a Black community. Every Black man, every single one of y'all. We're going to follow suit. We're going to follow suit. So the result of us is, for the ones that are, we're just going to talk about heterosexuals here, okay? Because you can't have a Black woman and a Black man if you're not considering heterosexual. So this is no disrespect or disregard for any other group. But as a group of people, as heterosexual as we are in our nature, we're going to doll ourselves up and do those physical things that Kevin Samuels modeled, to the back. And we get it wrong every time. What's the last time you seen a big booty Judy, 500 pounds? She out here, she got all the weave and the wig and the lashes. She could put on her eyelash at one time. She got nails out to here. She's trying to do the whole most to be noticed by you. She knows she could never be a doll. She knows she could never be a size 8 or 7 or whatever size Kevin said is the ideal size. I don't know. But I know this, that she could think about trying to be that in her state. She's like, oh, I'm fat than a bitch, but I still look good. You ever heard that? And this is where that comes from. That idea comes from that concept. It's like she has to first convince herself that she has self-esteem, that she has self-worth, that she's of value to anybody, to herself first, before she could then become a value to you. So this is how this works with women. In order for us to present ourselves, we have to feel good about ourselves in a state we're in at that moment. It may take a couple of years for her to get down the pounds. It might take her a couple of years for to see six-pack again. And it might take her a couple of years for her to raise that teenager and get him out the house so she can now be free to get the ideal guy that she's trying to vet or hope would vet her. It's a life cycle. See, we as people, especially in Black men, I hate to say this, but I'm going to pick on y'all for 1 second. Just like your mama had you, dear son, dear brother, dear uncle, dear father, just like your mama had you. Don't expect a woman of a certain age to not be with child. You should glorify in that, because what that spells to you as a race. That's the continuation from the race. These babies got to come from somewhere, and ain't no 40 and 50-year-old people pushing them out. We're not waiting till some guy comes along and say, I'll take you down the aisle. So we need to start holding men accountable before they're slacking in their coddling of each other. Okay? And this is what men love to do, is they will group together and coddle each other and give each other every excuse in a book on why they are the way they are, and justify it and expect that female to accept that thing when she can. It's not possible, because guess what? One dude ran through it. She gave him a chance, gave him a baby that didn't work. He dead. He in the jail. Or he went with another woman. Another dude come in. She didn't stop being young and stop wanting to give birth to children just because one dude didn't work out. So the next dude come in, he get in jail. He get in this. It's all economics and social conditioning that we're falling prey to, and we're blaming the black female for that. How dare you give that nigga a chance? You should have bet better. But you said I couldn't have what I was really trying to. I don't have it like that. I get what my dating pool is in front of me, and this is all I have to pick from. He's single, he available, he breathing. That's the state the black woman in now. Is he single? Is he available? Is he breathing? We don't care if this Negro had been shot in the back and can't walk no more. We can't give a damn if he dropped out of 8th grade. We can't.
I hear you. I hear you.
13 children and he paying child support for 8 of them. We do not care. Okay.
I hear you. But I got a question for you, Sister O. I got a question for you. Is it better to pick bad men or to be alone? Which case is a better case?
Damn if you do, damn if you don't.
Catch 22.
That's what I'm saying.
You're hitting on you hit the whole crust of everything. I believe, dear brother Clarence, that right there. And if it was to go the other way around too, if a man could think that way too, would it be better to get a bad fat woman that you can whip into shape, or just be alone? If we could get beyond that's I would say it's the platform of the whole argument. Let's get beyond this high value. It died with Kevin Samuel, God rest his soul. For the most part, we know as women, we ain't trying to go out for no millionaire that's going to treat us like a slave. We're not trying to do that. We're not trying to compete against people that's been brought up in conditions to be with a person of that stature. We want a 9 to 5 breathing, and as long as he don't beat on us.
Right, I hear you, but sister, here's the thing. Let me, because I'm glad you're here. You're a female. You can answer a lot of these questions. So the question is, if there's so many sisters that want a regular brother out there, and there's so many of them regular brothers out there, how come they're single? How come they're not choosing these brothers? That's all out there.
Brothers not choosing us. Let's not take things out of order here. We're not doing that.
How is it that?
Okay, I play the devil's advocate. Let me answer your question real quick, and then hold on to your thought. Though, don't forget.
Okay.
Write it down if you have to.
Okay.
I'm gonna pretend like I'm a dude right now.
Okay.
In the state we in right now, on today, at this very moment, at 6:42 p.m. Central Standard Time, 6/4/2022.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a dude right now.
Okay.
I'm single right now.
Okay.
I would go out and get me the fattest bitch I could find that got a check coming in. Real talk.
Okay. Okay.
I don't care how she looks.
Okay.
I'm gonna bathe her. I'm gonna put on her feet. I'm gonna walk with her, work out that issue and all that built in while she eating it and stuffing it in her. We're gonna work all of that out together.
Okay.
We're gonna build the whole business together. That's what we're doing. And I'm gonna give her her worth back and love on her like she's the last woman in the universe. You know why? Because we put too much stock in the wrong shit. That ain't got shit to do with a human being. That's not being human. That's being selective. That's not being fellow man to mankind. That's being objective. And where I'm coming from with that is because this is the separation between us. We won't pick or be picked as people. You will have somebody that will appreciate you so hard to where if life support ever came to you, she gonna fight them doctors to save your life. She gonna give you a chance when nobody else won't. She gonna make sure them laws stay back off of you when we get pulled over. She gonna stand in front of that bullet. You don't hear me today. Women want to be picked, but that's not our status in life. That is not our place. We're not supposed to be picking men. Men are supposed to be picking us.
Okay, let me explain to you what's happened, because the environment has been distorted. Okay, so originally in a monogamous situation, a man has a daughter. He goes out and he looks for a young man that's about something. He meets the family. He knows the family. He talks to the family. He arranges the marriage because he wants to make sure his daughter is going to go somewhere that makes sense for her. He meets the young man. He sees what the young man has been trained to do for employment. He approves of that employment. I'm just telling you how it's been done in the past. I'm going to bring it up. Just give me a minute or so. So he brings it up to the past. I mean, he goes and meets the family, makes sure it's good family, good stock. He's okay with it. He approves it. So the father was intimately involved with the selection process. Intimately involved with the selection process. As time has gone on, the family has been slowly removed from the selection process until we have a point now where women are out here deciding for themselves on their own who is a good man and who is not a good man. Would you agree with that?
I agree. Okay. It's wrong as shit.
Okay, so in that, as that has developed, we have another situation that has developed wherein the feminist movement has came in and told women on a mass scale that the man is not important when it comes to almost anything that relates to having a family, raising a family, or doing anything like that. They have pretty much said that a woman can do all of this stuff independent of a man, right?
Right.
Therefore, a lot of women have decided to pursue casual sex instead of lifelong mate selecting. Mate selecting and casual sex, two different things. So they decide now I'm going to pursue casual sex. When and if I get to a point where I decide I want to be with a man, I'll do that down the road. Okay? Now, that situation has happened. So therefore, women are not sticking in relationships like they used to. Women used to fight harder for relationships than men do. Now men fight harder for relationships and they still lose. So there are so many more women available out there now in circulation now, because they're not sticking with these relationships. They're looking for casual sex, most of them. So they're not in these relationships. So therefore, it's so many more women on the market. Now, what does that mean? We're just talking about supply and demand. When the supply jumps up, the demand is going to go down, right? You have so much supply. There's so many places out here where it's I'm in California. There's 16 available women to every one available man. Just in California.
So you answered your question at the end. You answered your question at the end.
Okay.
You took it all the way to the very end to answer your question. Dating pool. Okay.
Okay.
Now, it's a little known fact, and I'm pretty sure everybody knows this, but it's never really been spoken about, so I'll go ahead and say it. Black women are devoted to black men for the majority of us. Very few of us will go ahead and say, okay, I can't find nobody. Let me go ahead and, look beyond the border of my own diaspora. But some of us, we refuse to go that route. We would turn gay before we go outside of our race. We see this on a regular basis. However, for those that are heterosexual, wish to remain heterosexual, has made themselves a disservice by all of what you just said. It's a disservice to self as a female for those reasons that you've mentioned. So what does this mean? It's meaning that she has given up on a black man. But is it the egg before the chicken situation? Who gave up on who first?
That's what I want to get to. I wanted
Yes.
to answer the question that you were asking.
Yes.
Because you were saying, you made the statement, women are not supposed to be selecting men.
Right.
And I agree with you. That is not the best way things should go, right? But I'm trying to give you, lady, the foundation of why it's like that. Okay, so it's like that because of the supply. The supply of women is humongous in relationship to men. It's humongous. Every available black woman could marry every available black man, and it would still be millions of black women single. So when you have a situation like that, that is called a buyer's market. That's a buyer's market. Therefore, the sellers now, see, in a seller's market, the seller can sit back in front of his house and say, just put a for sale sign out there, and all the people are going to come in trying to buy the house. He don't have to get off his seat. Yeah, go in and look around. In a buyer's market, seller got to put an ad in the paper. He got to go with a real estate agent. The seller got to do a lot more work to get his house noticed, right? Mm-hmm. Why? Because of the competition of the other houses.
Right.
Well, it's the same thing with the females.
Absolutely.
Now you have a lot more competition. Before you didn't have a lot more competition because women were sticking with these relationships, right? They wasn't breaking up these relationships because of the. See, a woman can get the same validation out of a relationship on social media now. They don't really exactly need a relationship to get that validation. You can get it off of social media. So therefore, a lot of them unwittingly are getting rid of these relationships.
Yeah.
Go, girl. You don't have to put up with that. Okay. My point is, there's a lot more women on the market. When there's a lot more women on the market, and when I'm saying a lot more, I mean a gargantuan a lot more.
Right.
That means the competition is going to be fierce.
Oh, yeah.
Competition is going to be fierce. So that's why women are now in the point where if you want a good man, you got to get active. You got to get active. It's on you now. Good men are not going to see you and just be like, oh, well, they're not going to do that because unless you're, in places where good dudes are at, right? Used to be church, right? Used to be you can go to church, find a good guy in church. Yeah. Men ain't going to church no more. Now what are you going to do? Same thing in the mosque. Men used to go walk in the mosque and get a husband inside of a year. Men ain't there. A lot of men ain't there, like it used to be. So where is the places where you can find this pool of men that are good dudes? I think there is, sis. I'm telling you, there's a lot of good dudes out there.
Well, let me say it like this. You're correct. There is a such thing as a group of good men, but it's not enough for the group of good women.
That's why the competition is so high. That's why you have to compete. Now you gotta be forward thinking. You gotta step forward. Instead of waiting on a man to give you his card, you gotta give him your card. You gotta step forward because that's the marketplace we in. It's not nothing nobody did. It's just a combination of external things that we have accepted into our culture that make us think this way, right? Mm-hmm. So now if you want a good man, you can't sit back no more. It used to be you could put a nice dress on, go to a nice jazz spot, sit down, and a man might roll up on you. Hey, sis, can I buy you a drink? And sit down and try and talk to you. Yeah. Now if you go to a place like that, it's gonna be way more women than men. Yeah. The men are just sitting back chilling. Right. And the women who understand the situation, they making their move. They moving out. Mm-hmm. And the ones that's not moving out, they saying, look at that hoe. Look at that hoe. Look at this. You know what I'm saying? They saying all that stuff to her, right? But hey, she understands the situation. She moving out. Right. That's the situation we in my opinion. Do you disagree or agree?
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree.
Okay.
Unfortunately, like I said earlier, it's to the woman's detriment that she behaves in the manner in which she does. The way she's carrying herself, her unattractive nature, her hardness, her whatever it is that makes a black woman be black, unfortunately, the things that she had to survive in life made her too hard and too masculine because she had to fill both roles. So now she's bringing this man, a man and a female at the same time. And this is what's taking up the interest because we don't have that in other diasporas, like white women. They would bring up the soft and beauty, and they were able to live in luxury of being able to just be a female. They didn't have the struggles and the strains that the black woman had to endure throughout her life. So quite naturally, she's going to be attractive. She's totally feminine. But when you have a hard female,
let me say this about white women. I don't think it's that they're that much more attractive. I think that there's a misunderstanding, a misconception that they will culturally submit to you without having you prove yourself. Therefore, I think there's a misconception there. That's the only thing. I don't think it's that they're more attractive than black women at all.
Yeah, definitely include that. Okay. So what I'm saying to you is just giving you a general idea, not saying that this is the end all or be all, not at all, because nothing cut and dry and set in stone or cookie cutter here. Of course, there are nuances. We're human beings. Just because one thing is one way at one particular time or another, that means it's going to be always that way, or it's never ever going to change, or any of that. It's just fate and how life works. So no, I'm not trying to say that everything is everything in one concept. No, that's not even what reality even means or what it is. So in that respect, of course, you're going to have your variations of females, men types, personality types, what they bring to the table as a whole person, what they miss, what they don't miss, what they have, what they don't have. Nobody's perfect. Unfortunately, we do have people that are looking for perfection. So they will, kick back and look for that perfect one for them. And there's nothing wrong with that, to each his own. But at the same time, as long as we understand the condition that we're in, we'll be all right for it. Because at the end of the day, I think there'll still be enough of black females in hopefully coming up through their birthing years, able to capture a mate that's also black like her and keep the generations of the black race going. But I do see a gap and a breakdown where if we go, we're like at the fork in the road, and or better yet, we at the end of the road, and now it's time to go in reverse. You see. So if we're on this trek of reversion, where we're degrading down to the lower levels in an animalistic state of mating, then now you have your issue as a whole, as a people. So if we're doing it to our own self, we don't have room to cry about it or complain about it or even blame anybody else. It's our own fault, because in the grand scheme of things, if the black woman is for the most part dismissed and no longer needed, love will find a way. I think I made a video on this the other day, that she will find a way. If she have to mate with a female, she have to go into get a donor egg and mate with the female by giving her egg and having a woman have the baby for her, and then now they have a child together. Life will find a way. We don't have a choice at this stage. I think we've met that critical stage to where, because there is not enough black men for black women that are vital and viable, we have no choice but to start looking toward each other for family, for unity, for community. Without that, yes.
Can I interject, Sister O, real quick? I think that, but we haven't even exhausted. I could see that if the men that are available have been exhausted, But those men haven't even been exhausted. To say that we don't have a choice, I think there's choices out there. They're not good ones. They're not the best choice, right? Because most women want a man that's doing well and or at a certain point in life, right? But if that's not the issue, if you want a life partner, if that's what's important, there's men out there. Now they
But
may
then
have
it goes back to she's not attractive enough because the women that are left over are fat, out of shape, and they don't have shit. So,
but there's men out there that want those women. There's
if,
men out
if,
there. The problem is
there's
those
not
women
enough,
don't want those men. The
if there's
women don't want those men.
right, if there's not enough of them, because of the numbers don't lie. I mean, we can kick the semantics, day in and day out, but the numbers not gonna lie to us. There are too many women.
Yeah, but we haven't even exhausted what we already have on the table.
Even if we exhaust every last one, there will still be too many women.
Right, but I agree with that. But to say we ran out of food and we haven't even exhausted all the food we have on the table yet, first let's exhaust that food first. Then now we can say, okay, now we have a crisis. We don't need, we have a abstract crisis right now. It's just abstract. We haven't even proven that this is a crisis yet. It's just a mental thought in our heads. But once we prove it's a crisis, now we can do something.
Yeah, it's obviously an issue though. It's nothing, no getting around that because of the fact that we don't have marriages anymore. Not in droves. So it's based off the marriage rate. So if we're having for every 10 women, only 3 of them getting married, that's the problem. We're not even making half the women married. So if the brother is not picking her to marry her, because you can't blanket the idea that she's single by choice. You can't blanket the idea that she won't pick this guy. So if that's the case, then if she is truly and wholly available as a female and still not getting picked for her situation or whatever issue she's going through in life, then therefore that specific group of women is the specific group that I'm speaking of. And no other group.
What I'm saying, Sister O, is that group has to realize that sitting back waiting to get selected, that's not going to work. And in this environment, it's not going to work.
She's not going to steal nobody's husband. She's not going to break up nobody's home.
No,
that's
I'm
not
not
even
saying
an option.
There's so many.
She's not going to go with somebody that's a hardened criminal. She's not going to go with somebody that's a drug dealer. She's not going to go with somebody that wants 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 women at the same time. She's not going to sit up there and put up with somebody that's disrespectful and wants to hurt her. So you're looking at.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Do you think I'm asking a woman to go do any of that?
No, I'm not
asking a woman to do any of that.
Why she's not?
But what I'm saying is, I understand why she's not doing that. I'm just saying that the environment that we're in doesn't match the behavior. If you want to get married in this environment, you have to be forward thinking. You can't. You see, there's a lot of men out there. There's a lot of hardworking men out there. For example, you can say, hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go down to the plumbers union. Let me go down there and get in a class down there in the plumbers union. You're going to meet a bunch of different dudes down there, or electricians union, or whatever you could. I mean, just going to, for example. But see, I think in my opinion, this is my opinion. You tell me.
I'm in a trucking community. I know it's a lot of men out there.
Okay, thank you.
This for context.
So you tell me, Sister O. Proximity is a huge part of selection. That plays a huge part in selection. When your family is not involved in the mate selection, proximity is going, and you have to choose a person on your own. Then proximity is going to play a major part in that selection. So therefore, you have to put yourself in proximity to the kind of dude that you're looking for. See, I'm gonna tell you, this is what white women do, and Asian women. White women and Asian women in the college years, What they do is they say, oh, you know what? They need somebody to pretend they're a cadaver in the medical building. Let me go over to the medical building. I pretend that I'm a cadaver over there. I pretend I have some type of disease or whatever.
Yeah, but we're talking about Black women.
I know. I'm just showing you the difference, how they look at it and how they are forward thinking. They're not sitting back. They know that they're just in their own group. They're competing.
When have you ever seen a Black woman as a collective think in those terms?
That's my point. My point is, it's time to start.
It ain't
it's time
never
to
happened,
start.
and it never will.
Unfortunately, you're probably right. But that's
speaking
why
as a
they're gonna
female
always be in a situation they're in.
know these. I spent 50 some years on this planet. I think I have an idea how women think.
Oh yeah,
And
I'm sure.
your concept is clever and creative and intuitive and forward moving, like you said, and would be conducive of those females that are on the dating pool to want to try and reach out. There are females that do actually reach out and give a lot of men a chance. We can see that in our multiple baby daddy rates. So she's quite naturally showing that she is on purpose making herself available to anybody that would give her a chance, you know. Now she can't help he got out there and got in a fight and got killed. She can't help he got out there and got in a fight and decide he want to go bad on the police and got locked up. No, she cannot help that he is not present in reality or the physical realm, or he's with another woman. She can't help that.
Okay, Sister O.
I mean, if she can, let me know.
Can we have a real conversation? Let's have a real conversation here. Okay, let's have a real conversation.
Yeah, sure.
All right, and you just the woman to do it too. I thank you for having
I'm
me.
pretty sure people feed you all kinds of ideas. Come on with it.
All right, Sister O. The average Black woman in your mind, because you're a Black woman, like you said, you know way more about being a Black woman than I do. Where is the average Black woman meeting the type of guys that they're actually trying to go out on dates and trying to actually mate select? Now, I'm not just talking about casual hookups. I'm talking about actually trying to say, hey man, I want to start a family. Where are they meeting these guys? Where
online.
How are they going about doing that?
Very simple. Online.
Okay, good. Now, I'm meeting guys online. Now, in my opinion, that is not the best way to do it. But I understand.
I wholeheartedly agree.
I understand. It's much easier. It's faster. You're gonna meet a lot of people. I get that. So
I'm not saying that's the only way. The majority are, however.
Okay, but I'm saying, but I agree with you. I think that's logically that makes sense. So, but I'm saying that, and I can understand why, because you're gonna meet a lot more people a lot faster, and you're gonna increase your numbers of people that you're gonna meet. Therefore, in her mind, I'm going to. There's going to be a big enough mix of different people in there that I'll be able to select the best ones out of that group, right? I get that. My thing is, it would probably be better to meet people in person as a woman. Now, as a man, you can meet people online. You can meet people all over the place. It doesn't matter, because, like we said, the numbers it's a buyer's market. Right. You can as a man, especially as a man doing well for yourself, you can pretty much go to a jazz bar and there's going to be women falling all over you, right? If you're halfway looking decent, even if you're not, right? And that's not because the men are so much better. It's just that the demand is so much higher for men, for good men.
I get it. I get it. It's a few men and a lot of women. So yeah, I get it.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So now the thing is this. That if dating online was if women were so successful, and particularly Black women, if that was so successful for them, or if they realize it's so unsuccessful for them, because not a lot of marriages are coming out of that, not a lot of relationships are coming out of that, why do they continue to do something that they realize is unsuccessful for them? It's
convenient, just like you said. That's simple. No. We could try and hope to complicate it because that's more attractive. No, it has to be a harder answer to that. No, it's not that simple. No. It got to be something more to it. When it's not, it's that simple. It's convenient. That's it.
But you conveniently not accomplishing your goal.
Yeah, true.
So how is it? Where's the convenience? I mean,
You met somebody. You went out on a date. You said cold wash when the girl was so excited. Dude came in.
I get that part. Especially if you have children, right? Sometimes you just need a break from the children. You need to be with an adult. I get that. I get that. I get that. Okay.
You ain't hoeing in the street because you're not a street walker. So no, you're not gonna be out there in the clubs, in the streets, and the bars and that, because they have put a whole ugly stain on that type of activity, and a cop will take you to jail even if you're innocent. You know, they're gonna take you to jail. You street walking. So no, you're not picking up no man out of no bar and no streets.
No.
That's the worst place you can pick a mate from, in my personal point of view. Let me meet you naturally, like at school, like I met mine, or at a church, or at a picnic, or hook up. Hook me up, sister, cousin, friend, uncle. You got a friend, dude. Hook me up. So yeah, that's the second most that Black women would do, is the hookup. If she's not meeting them offline, she's being hooked up through associates. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, with Black women having such a poor success rate at the way they're doing it, and I'm suggesting your success rate would probably go up if you reevaluated what you're doing, and said to yourself, "Hey, look, you know what? This is a buyer's market.
Right.
Forget your feelings. It's not about what you feel. I feel that Black men should be approaching what, they should.
You got to see that the majority of Black women are not attractive. Okay. They're not attractive in their natural state. So
I disagree with you, sister.
No, hang on. Let me clarify.
All right.
I know you're gonna come with your rebuttals, and you're gonna say and let me say something about this rebuttal thing. Of course, you could see a flip side of the coin. Everything I say is gonna have a flip side of the coin.
Of course.
So I don't object to your rebuttaling, but my hope is that you would not do that until the end of not seeing the message. Forget the messenger, you know. That's how I try to go into debates, is that I want to see this person's message. I'm not trying to win a contest.
Okay.
So my hope is that we can learn from each other. Just put it that way. You know,
I learned a lot already.
Yeah, we learning from each other, right? So I know the audience out there, and they want blood. I get it. I'll give them a chance, you guys. You just hang on. What I'm about to say will give them that chance. Draw blood. So what I'm saying here is that when I say that she's not attractive, she's not as attractive as what she looked like when a man first seen her. When a man first seen, what he see? A makeup, a wig, a stiletto, a tight-fitting skirt, some boobs. But when she takes all of that off, not only does she reveal her actual physical features, but gravity takes over. And like we were speaking earlier, the gravity has this unique way of pulling things down. So when she takes off this bra and her boobies do this, and when she takes off this makeup and you see the discoloration in her cheek, and her eyebrows aren't even anymore, her lip doesn't look right. She got this one little split from being socked in the mouth for talking too damn much. And, you know, she got this big cut up under her eye like she was a whole NFL full linebacker, you know, and that's the face. Her hair is, you know, she got all these rows of braids and going on. I'm like, you know, That's not what I signed up for. So he
Right.
hit it and quit it. It's what a squirt and twerk, or what you call that? A squirt and hit, or a pump and dump. That's it.
Pump and dump.
And dump. She
Hit and
lied
run.
to him. She going in the game lying to this man.
Yeah.
Me, I choose to think naturally, because I already know that, me personally, but I ain't talking about me. We're talking about the general black woman at large that's vetting for a mate. Woman, you are doing yourself a disservice, okay? Because when you peel all that off, I know you make yourself look like a whole dime, you know, like a diamond in the rough. But it's not that she's ugly, it's that she's not attractive as she was when she had all that on. You see what I'm saying?
Agreed.
So unfortunately, the one night stand becomes just that. Remember back in the day, you could have a one night stand and turn into a full blown marriage.
Yeah.
But these days, my brother, I hate to tell it to you, and I'm getting it straight from my kids. They telling me the whole giblet gravy. They not only not want a relationship with one another, they want to share one another. Okay. We live in an age where sex has changed from the true use and meaning. Okay. Sex was supposed to be something that was the glue that held the bond in the household together for the children's sake, the wife and the husband's sake, and the household's sake, and that union's sake.
Agreed.
That was the tool God blessed us with to keep things as one. That's no longer the day we live in no more. See, we got to stop leaving out what's really on the table. We're at a buffet right now where we have one main course. When we were coming up, you get a little dessert here and there. You know, we kind of, as women, we know how to, long as he ain't out there making no kids and bring me no disease. Then that moved over well. As long as she ain't in my face, then that moved over well. Damn, she got to move in. Then that moved over well. You don't want me no more. Then now I got to share this motherfucker. Now I'm the other woman. You bitch, man. Now he want my, my college friend. That's a whole man on the back end. He down low now, and he don't want to tell the world his sexual proclivity. And he got about 4 or 5 females to prove to the world that he a man when he really like men. That's the stage we've reached to. You know, we got our idols teaching everybody that, not just young people. It's old people that look at that and say, okay, well, times change and we got to change with it. So now you got these groups that will get together on a plane. Let me hit you on to some game of what's going on in these YouTube streets and any other social media for that matter.
Okay.
And get a whole Airbnb vacation setup and rent each other out to the locals that are high value.
Holy smokes.
That's the name of the game. That's their new man now.
Okay.
That's their new man now. And age ain't nothing but a number in that game. Ain't nothing but a number in that game. They going to Cancun. They going to Paris. They going to Italy, Rome, you name it. They going to Egypt. They going to... These girls get around. You hear me? They don't want a man no more, because what man gonna let them do that?
Agree.
So right. Now I'm trying to answer your question and give you the reason, So yeah.
I see that, and I see that there's in my opinion, a small percentage of women that are involved in stuff like that. I get that, just like the OnlyFans and all that. I get that there's a percentage of women that's doing that. I'm really talking about the regular woman, just quote unquote God-fearing, trying to do right, raise her children, pay her taxes, go to work woman that just wants somebody to be able to fall in love with. I think that is the person that I'm actually trying to describe and talk about what that person needs to do. These other women, they're going to have options, but there's something that's coming that's going to reduce everybody's options, and that, of course, is the wall. Do you believe in the wall?
Yes,
Okay.
it's
Okay.
inevitable.
So right. So wall is a biological effect. It's not something that men put on women. It's not something that women put on men. It's a biological effect, right? If you live long enough, certain things are going to break down as time goes on with your body, period, to end. I don't care how healthy you eat. You can
Right.
put it off by eating healthy, but
Yeah.
eventually
It's gonna
everybody's going to break down at some
break
point,
down.
right?
Cycle of life.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. So, what, in my opinion, what women should do, this is just my opinion. A woman goal should be to do the mate selection when their sexual market value. Do you believe in the sexual market value, first of all, before I go on to that?
I'm not into group think, so I'm more individual. So
Okay.
I don't subscribe to what I know exists. So I'm not. So now when I answer that question, don't take it like I'm subscribing to it.
Okay.
But I will say this about it is, even though I don't believe in it, I understand it. But with that being said, since I understand, I'm gonna give you my understanding of it. So with that, the sexual marketplace is exactly what it is, and there are so many nuances that are at play. To people are swapping each other in coupleships that are actually married, to where the lines are blurred so good to where it's all blended to me now. You know what I mean? It's like when you go to that place, in my mind's eye, I would imagine that you're going to get vetted, and you can vet, but it's only temporary. They're not in that space to the end of having a long-term anything. And temporary can mean months, it could mean a year, but there's some expiration, and it's very, very soon and short, and the experience is short lived, in my personal opinion. So that's where I'm at with that.
Okay. All right. So let me give a general idea of, so that we can have a base to talk from. The sexual market value is a value that a man or a woman would have to the opposite sex, as far as looking into, as far as an attractiveness, to try to start a relationship with that person. Because we already established earlier that attractiveness is going to be, probably for most people, the initial hook to at least get them interested in this particular person, right? So that's just the sexual market value. Okay, so my thing is, what I'm saying is, most women's sexual market value is highest between the ages of around 17 to about maybe 25, 26, somewhere in there. That's the way they're at their highest, they're at the peak of their value, meaning
That
that,
might be for a man, but that's not so for a woman.
well, what I'm saying is, I'm saying, as a woman, in a man's eye, your peak value is going to be
Okay,
probably from
now how he
17.
looks at her in a sexual manner is of that age group. Okay, I get it now. Okay, I got you.
You understand what I'm saying? Okay. So 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 her value is going to be highest from 17 to about 26, 27, somewhere in there, right? Okay. So between those years, that is probably the point at which you should probably be looking to mate select for a guy that would understand that and be willing to take a lifelong walk with you, in my opinion. That should be the best time. That would be the best time to do that, right? But the problem that we're having in the black community is, women are foregoing that and saying, no, I'm going to wait until I get into my 30s. I'm waiting until I get to my 40s because I'm having too much fun out here, right? And so the problem is that, well, one of the problems is that women, in my opinion, are waiting to do that. See, before, back in the day, we didn't wait, right? Women, they knew, hey, I had a sexual, my value is highest at this point. Why am I going to wait until my value starts slipping to then try to start selecting? No, let me do my best selecting now. and then and it worked out a lot better in most cases, right? But for some reason we're not doing that in today's marketplace, right? In today's marketplace, we're waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting.
So let me interject right there. Hold on to your thought. I just want to say this right quick. So
Okay.
so we don't leave things off the table that should be on there. When we say something, a lot of times there should be a reason to it, right?
Okay.
Like if there's a cause, there should be an effect. So because of this thing, what is the effect? So, coming from a general standpoint as a female, again, I will have to say that a lot of times when you find that women will forego and wait is because she's already experienced some hardship with trying it in those age. She's not being a virgin. So if she's not being a virgin in her 20 years, that means that she gave it a chance. She tried. So unfortunately, for whatever reason, that did not work out. She decided that, okay, I had enough of trying. Let me just go ahead and wait. Maybe I'll find an older gentleman when I'm in my older age that will want to settle down. That's simple. It's not about anything more complicated than that. Now, if people choose to make it complicated, that's on them. But I will give you a general synopsis of a woman's mindset on those women that choose to wait. It's because during her teens, her 20s, or whatever she became sexually active, she gave love a chance. Usually during that age, unless she's just a straight up hoe, and I'm not talking about hoes or people that was raised to be a hoe. I'm strictly talking about those viable females, those candidates that are in the prime of their sexual peak, as you put it, are strictly looking for lifelong partners to whatever degree you may deem that to be. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, and the reason is neither here nor there, because why? It happened. She went through it. She moved on. So we cannot, uh, monsterize a female for her putting her heart in her chest and leaving it there under lock and key because she's already experienced far too much pain and loss and disappointment in her failure in her ability to hang on to anything. So she felt like maybe she's too immature. She doesn't have the right resources. She doesn't have the right income. She doesn't look the right way. So her goal then becomes is let me prolong this love thing. Maybe I'm not doing things right. I see other people that have their houses, they have their material wealth, they have this, they have that. Let me go out here, get my education, and get myself together so that way when I do fall in love again, I will at least have something to bring to the table, you know. So it may take some longer, some shorter, contingent on how many children they have to care for until they're grown. It's hard to go through graduate school enough than to have to take care of 2 and 3 babies. Now, can it be done? Of course, women are doing it all the time. She gave that man a chance. She gave him a child that didn't work. She gave the other man a chance that didn't work. She gave the other man a chance that didn't work. Now, not only do these different 3 men have babies, this same woman have babies. So as much as men are creating kids and have kids, it's as much as women are having kids and create kids. You can't have one without the other. So then it becomes, okay, where's the father of these kids? Why didn't that union work? You know? So if her answer to you is he left me for another woman that was more beautiful and younger, or if she seen that he was in, trouble and he found himself with a case and he couldn't get out of it, he got 20 to life, or if he got killed because of police interaction or his brotherhood interaction or whatever the case may be, or he simply lost his mind and he got out there on drugs and he is no longer viable for that household. So we cannot excuse the effect and leave that off the table is the point. So when we talk about these black women with multiple baby daddies, make sure to add in there the cause to that effect, you see. So then we'll start to understand why she's waiting.
Okay. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate you, sis. Now, what I wasn't trying to, for whatever reason, they're waiting. Whether they made a, cause see, the way I think about it is like this: a lot of men and women make bad choices because they don't know how to properly investigate someone. I was just told recently that vetting is has to do with a veterinarian. So we as people don't vet people. We should investigate people, right? Okay, I'm willing to take that. I'm willing to take that and change vetting to investigating people. We need to investigate them a little more, a little better. And if we're picking people that are
Did you
going to,
know that that's the same word?
well, excuse me, I don't know if that's the same word or not. So
It is. The short
okay,
term for investigating is vetting.
okay. So yeah, but we were told some. Oh, so anyway, you probably are right. I will take your word for it. So anyway, but let me just say investigating for right now. So we should investigate a person, their lifestyle, their character, their debts, their health. These are things that we have to investigate about a person so that we can know if we're going to be a good match for them, right? Okay, so if I don't investigate a woman, right? There was a doctor. He married this woman. There was a doctor. This doctor's making $3 million a year out there on the East Coast. Asian dude, married to this white chick. He married this chick. He's making $3 million a year. Yet the wife never came to him for money. He's married to her for like 2.5, 3 years, something like that. She never came to him for money, but she always had nice stuff, new clothes, bought her own cars. She was always decked out. And one day he just couldn't figure out. He was trying to think about it. It was like, but he said, maybe because she had always said she came from a wealthy family. So he just took it on the chin that her family was helping her out. Till one day the lady left her email open or whatever, and he saw that it was some dude saying, "Thank you for I had a great time, so, on such and such a day." Come to find out, the girl was an escort. She was a high-powered escort, right? So my point is, you don't know, you don't you don't know what somebody's going to do. You don't know what they're going to do. You have to investigate them. Now, whose fault is it that he married an escort? Is it the escort's fault or is it his fault? That's the point.
It's
So,
easy to go. You're the fault. It's your fault. But at the same time, we have to take ownership as grown-ups.
that's what I'm saying, right?
The choices that we make.
Let me ask you, sister. Oh, whose fault is it? Is it his fault or is it her fault?
Again, it goes back to we have to make the decisive decision to say, yeah, if this goes wrong and I didn't pick right, that's my fault.
There you go. That's my point. So
so
now let's get back to your example.
She wasn't open and told him of what she was doing.
Exactly.
So it's a two-way street.
But let's get back to your example. Mm-hmm. The sister that has all these different issues, right? The guy went to jail. The guy had this issue. Guy had that issue. Guy had that issue. Now, when the girl is, well, I call them girl, but they're grown. Let's deal with just grown-ups, 21 and up, right? Or 18 and up, rather. At 18 and up, they might not have the wherewithal to understand that vetting is very important, or investigating someone's lifestyle is very important.
I see where you're going with that. Let me ask you this. So, do you believe that women, when they get with a guy, has the capacity to see into the future?
No. I don't think
that
anyone
should have been a simple no. Dang on
wait, no. I have to qualify what you're saying. So,
I said future.
Okay. Can they see into the future? No. None of us can see into the future. No.
Okay.
But
All right.
okay, but
So,
let me qualify what you're saying. Yes, you're right. No one can see into the future. No one. But the next best thing you can do
she's a
is
superwoman. I get it.
make an estimation. You can estimate what's going to happen based on current behavior.
Sure.
That's the
Yeah.
only weapon you have in this situation.
You're right. You're so right. You
But
know
the
how right
problem
you
is,
are. You can't be more right. That's how right you are.
okay, but
What
the
I'm
problem
trying to ask you here is that you're trying to place the female in a corner of fault.
no, I'm
And
not.
it's a practice. I get it. No. I accept that.
I put both people at fault. I put
No.
both of them at fault.
I accept that that's how men in general think. That if something goes awry or wrong or any of that, it's her fault. Okay, I accept
Or his.
but at the same time, it's never brought up to where he should have made better decisions. He should have treated her right. He should have stayed away from that bad crowd. He should have made sure he kept a job.
No.
We never hear that
what I'm
conversation.
saying.
We never
I can
hear
only
the
talk for
conversation.
me. Sister,
Yeah.
I can only talk for me. I can't talk for
even in this
the whole
conversation.
internet.
I haven't
I'm
heard
talking
it
for
yet.
me.
I haven't heard any male accountability in all the conversation that I had today.
Well, okay. Let me qualify that. Of course, we're talking about grown people, and typically we're talking about grown people over the 18.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do to make a grown person do anything.
See, there you
There's
go.
nothing
That's
I can't make anybody. So
we're not taking accountability for our own action as human beings on this planet.
Let me
much to okay. Well, keep finishing because I'm telling you, you're not going to get around that argument. The argument is are we holding men accountable for their actions when they're with these women? No. We're only hearing her failure in keeping a relationship. That's it. So what I'm saying to you is there a way that we can start addressing the gentlemen that are walking out of these women's life for whatever reason, whether it be due to incarceration or getting killed or whatever? Can we address some of that?
Okay, we can address it all you want, but that's not going to change anything. The only thing that's going to change if the sisterhood recognizes that they're dealing with somebody that's going to be trouble down the road.
Yes,
now, if you can recognize that,
responsible for somebody else's action. No, I cannot accept that, sir.
No. It's not that. I'm not trying to make you be. Wait.
And
accepting. Sister O. If we're gonna dialogue, you got to give me a chance to finish.
I know you want chances. I know.
You got to let me finish the sentence here.
I know you want some chances. Go ahead, take your chances.
So I got to bring you back because we got to do round 2. All right. So I'm not saying that the men are absent of responsibility and they just can go out and do what they want to do. I've already accepted that there's some men out there they're just going to do bad stuff. They're just going to do that. There's no fault of hers that he went and did that stuff. That's not your fault. I'm not blaming you for that. What I'm saying is you're gonna have to take some responsibility for yourself and the decisions that you made.
You shouldn't. But he don't have any response. Because see, look, if you're gonna
why are we even talking about him? We talking about her.
Even.
But why are we talking about him?
50-50. Even.
No, it's not 50-50. If you know the dude is selling drugs when you get involved with him.
No, she do not know that. Why?
A lot of times they do.
In the street while she's at home caring for
I know, but a lot of times they do. I was working with a female like that.
Listen to me. Listen to me
for
a second.
Okay.
You men gonna get all the passes and we gonna stay single.
No.
Okay. You men are going to get all the passes and we're going to stay single. Because of that specific reason right there.
How would a man get passes?
Automatically is the entire weight or the majority of the weight on a female. Let me say that first. Whenever there's something wrong in the household, the weight is on her. That needs to stop. I'm asking you, dear brother, can we stop that?
I mean, I can only say that I'm
Because
not gonna.
he's supposed to be the head of the house. She trusts him until she don't have a reason to trust him anymore. That's all I'm saying.
But my point is, how you're trusting someone that why trust
She
someone that
didn't
you
know that
but,
at
but just
first because let me tell you why she didn't know
wait a
that
minute,
at
Sister
first.
O. No, I'm not gonna let you do it
Charging
this time,
her.
Sister O. I let you interrupt me a lot of times, but this
Okay,
time
I
I
won't
can't let you
interrupt
do
you
it.
anymore. Go right.
I need to finish this sentence.
Go ahead.
She
We're not gonna
You're
start
right. A lot of I'm not saying a lot of times, but there are some times where a woman does not recognize what's going on because she's not there when the offenses are occurring. I agree with you with that. That's why character is so important. That's why, see, if you keep investigating and asking questions, eventually you will get something will tell you, hey man, something's not right here, and I need to have a serious conversation with this person. See, something I'm talking about men and women. I'm not giving men a pass. I'm not giving women a pass. I just gave you an example of a man, and I blame him, not her. She was already doing this stuff, but it was his fault for not investigating the situation. That's why he was in that situation, because he didn't investigate it further. I'm saying either way, men and women, whoever doesn't do the proper investigation, you're the one that's going to be sitting with the bag, holding the bag. And I'm saying to stop women having to have these dudes getting involved with these dudes that's going to leave them or drop babies on them and leave them, you need to do a little more investigating. That's all I'm saying. There's a certain amount of guys out there that are just going to drop babies on you and just roll. There are. Just like there's a certain amount of women, just like Rico came up here and said, you can take a woman out of, well, I don't know if it's Rico or he said, they came up here and said, hey, you can take a woman out of the street and you can put a wedding dress, you can put a white wedding dress on her and everything. Yeah. But eventually she going to go back, them streets going to be calling her. Yeah. So she's going to go back out to them streets.
That's true.
So yeah. My point is this.
You're
we right. As a community, not just men, not just women, we right. As a community, I only brought the women because we were specifically talking about the women at this time.
Right.
But we as a community have to investigate people better, other than just their beauty appearance and just the what kind of cars they, what kind of trinkets they got. Yeah. That's all I'm trying to say. Because exactly. If something goes bad, who can you blame? Yeah, yes, you can say, yeah, I knew JJ and Ron was out there doing their thing. They said that. You think most guys are not going to come in the house and say, yeah, I'm selling dope out here on the street. They're going to say, I'm a man of leisure. I'm handling my business out here. I'm taking care of business out here, right? They're not going to say nothing like that. And if a girl doesn't know, right, she don't know what that means. She thinks he's going to work somewhere, right? She don't have no clue of what's going on. So as I'm saying, we got to start training our girls to be able to investigate better. We got to train our boys to be able to investigate better. That's all I was trying to say, Sister O.
Yeah.
All right, Sister O.
Yes.
We got to start wrapping this up. We got to have a round two.
Yeah.
Are you up for round two?
Yeah,
I sure enjoyed you. You're so articulate. You're so intelligent. And you push me, and I'm pushing you, and it's a good pushing, man. It's a good push.
It's good. We're getting somewhere. This is about community building, and that's the whole goal. Yeah. And we hope to be a shining example as older adults in this sector of YouTube to express to young people how adults should behave, dialogue, and interact. And we have to start someplace. So now, why not start here? So yes.
Okay, Sister O. You got the floor. I got to close this up because I got another stream at 6. So I got to close this one up.
That's pretty much all I was saying is that, yeah, we are trying to dialogue and get through a whole heap of our issues as a community. Thank you so much, Jane. Signing out. Love and light. Until next time. Deuces.
Wait. I wanted to give her a chance to shout out her channel. If you guys haven't already subscribed to the Oracle's channel, please go over there and I think her channel is up here in the beginning of the chat. Go up here to the top of the chat, and if you can get up there, go up to her stream. I'll put her channel up there. You know, I had it earlier. Oh, what's her channel? I just had it just a minute ago. Anyway, I'll get you guys her channel. That's the Oracle. If you haven't already subscribed to the Oracle, go up there, check her channel out. What do you think? Did she bring it? She brought it, man. She brought it. I mean, man, you know, it went better than I thought. You know what I mean? You know, she's a lady, man, and she's you know, she's down for the sisters. She's not gonna let you just say nothing about the sisters. She reminds me of Patrice in that light, where she ain't gonna just let you. Wait a minute, hold on. You better say it right, Clarence. Say it right. I get it. But Jay, unfortunately, we're about to shut the show down, man. I got another show coming up. I pushed this lady back from 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock, and I don't want to, you know, I don't want to push her back no further. So unfortunately, I had to close down the show. I was supposed to close it by 5, but so anyway, we're about to close it down. But anyway, y'all, what y'all think about Oracle? Real smart lady, right? Smart lady. You know what I'm saying? She taught me some things. She taught me about how women would look at certain things on the KS show. She taught me that you know, some women might look at that and say, man, wow, you know, I could see how they could look at it and say, man, I'm in a bad situation. But my thing is, there's always guys out there, right? Her thing was, well, there's no guys out there, so you got to just, you know, turn lesbian. I didn't agree with that, but I you know, I let her get it off. But I feel like there's a bunch of guys. There it is. Thank you, Oracle. Her. I want her to get her station out of her. Go out there if you guys haven't already subscribed to the Oracle. Go out there and subscribe to the Oracle, because I wanted her to put her channel out. Thank you, Oracle. Appreciate you, Sister O. All right, so I didn't agree with that point, but I feel like there's men out there. If you just go to the Union Hall, you're gonna see a bunch of different dudes, man. I don't care which Union Hall you go to. If you go to the Plumbing Union Hall, if you go to the Truckers Union, Teamsters Union Hall, if you go to the Electrician Union Hall, they saying there ain't no men out here. There's men everywhere. There's men everywhere. There's good dudes everywhere. There's bad ones too, but there's good dudes everywhere out here, man. But you know, you gotta just be willing to say, hey, man, you know what? Maybe this dude don't have a Bentley or a Maserati in the driveway, but is he a good dude? Would he be a good dad? You know what I'm saying? You should be always interviewing somebody, right? You going up to a guy, you should be interviewing them. You go up to a girl, you should be interviewing them to be the future Mrs. You, or to be the future Mr. So and so, right? Mrs. So and so. We gotta think different. It's a different place today. It's a different space and time today. And so we can't just have an old mentality. Well, I'm gonna wait for a man to come to me. That ain't gonna work, because ain't no men coming to you. Men have so many different options today. A man could sit on his couch, literally sit on his couch, and be on 4 or 5 dating apps and have a date for every weekend of the month. If he really wanted to, he could have a date every week of every day of the week. The competition is so great. Women that really want a husband, you got to find good dudes, and you got to step. F all that. I'm gonna wait until a man come and find me because I'm the prize. Okay, you and your prize gonna be sitting there with cobwebs between your legs, because the women that have that assertiveness, they're gonna go out there and get it. Remember what I told y'all? White women, especially the Asians and white women, they many times are more forward thinking than our women, because they use their best years of sexual market value. Oh, they need somebody in the law library to sit in the jury box. Let me go over there. While they over there, they're scoping out the dudes that's in law school. Oh, they need somebody to pretend to be a cadaver over there in the medical building. While they're over there, they're scoping out the doctors and the nurses. Oh, in the engineering building, They need somebody to, be on the advisory board. They need somebody to help out. While they're over there, they're checking out the engineers. Oh, in the tech school, they need somebody to, be a assistant or, help out with the grading papers. While they're over there, they're checking out the next Mark Zuckerberg. Black women. God's going to deliver a man to me. God is going to deliver him. I'm waiting on you, God. No, this man ain't tall enough. No, this man don't make enough money. No, this man don't drive the right kind of car. Okay, ain't gonna make it like that. You ain't gonna make it like that. We gotta get into some forward thinking. That's all I'm saying. My beloved sister, the Oracle, she's gonna come back. I'm gonna invite her back. We're gonna, I didn't know. I thought 5 hours would be enough for us. it wasn't enough for us, man. I gotta make sure I got at least 5 hours for her, because she comes with it. She don't play no games. So and she's so intelligent the way she lays stuff out. You don't even know you got kicked in the head till you like, wait a minute, she just kicked me in the head. Right? But that's my sister. Shout out to the Oracle. If you haven't already gone over and subscribed to the Oracle, your leadership station, go on over to just type it in just like that, your Oracle. I just subscribed earlier today. The Oracle, your leadership station. Go on over there and subscribe to that and check her out and see if that's the kind of content you approve of. All right, y'all. That's it. I got to shut this one down. I got another one coming up in about 10 minutes where we're going to be talking about homelessness in Los Angeles, but I think it can apply just about anywhere. But we're going to see. We're going to talk to Dr. Truth Bay. She's a homelessness advocate, and so we're going to see what she's got to say about the homeless situation, not only in LA, but just the homeless and just people being, without homes. I mean, working people that don't have homes, that's stuck out here, man. It's getting caught up out here because rents are doubling and multiplying out of control out here. So anyway, shout out to everybody in the chat. I couldn't shout everybody out in the chat today because why? Because when it's just me and Rico and the fellas talking, I'll interrupt people or I'll interrupt people that the family I'll interrupt. But when we got new people here, I try not to interrupt them, especially sister was making a point. I don't want to interrupt her just to shout people out. So y'all got to understand, I always shout y'all out by name. All right. So shout out to all of y'all in the chat that came through. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. Y'all did a great job. And once again, as usual, kept the show moving. Y'all in the chat, y'all really keep the show moving, man, because I don't have to be worrying about, I ain't got to go over there and pay attention to what's going on in the chat every 5 seconds, because you guys over there doing a good job, man. So appreciate all of y'all. Like I said, y'all know, if somebody start getting a little too rambunctious, yank them. Don't even worry about it. Let them come crying to me. And just like, because I'm going to yank them off the stage if they do something crazy, right? They start talking crazy, right? All right. Who came up? Oracle came up. I say solid. I give her a solid. She had a solid performance. Shout out to OG Patrice. Solid performance. Solid performance. Right? We didn't agree on everything. And she got a little emotional sometimes, right? We had to reel her back in, but that's okay. I expected that. So it wasn't that I didn't expect that. She was very, very respectful when I had to reel her in. She understood, and she was very respectful of that. Shout out to the Oracle. Came on solid performance. Who else came on? Rico. Rico had a solid performance. Of course, Rico had a solid performance. Rico had a solid performance as usual, as always. He had a solid performance, right? He didn't do too much today. He at first he did try to take the conversation all these different ways. Well, you can't say this, you can't say that. He did his Rico thing, right? You can't say this, you can't say that. He did his Rico dance. You can't say this. You can't say all people do this. You can't say all people do that. We gotta tell him, Rico, we ain't saying all people do this. But that's Rico, right? Solid performance by Rico. How about Doberman? How about Rorschach? Rorschach came in. Solid performance. Solid performance. As always, drop the load here, drop the load there, and moved out. Said he had some. He said he had a brew waiting on him. So he had to go and get that brew. Shout out to Rorschach. Appreciate you. I know I'm doing something when I can attract all kinds of different brothers, from the super learned brothers to a brother on the street. I embrace them all. Embrace them all. The smooth brothers like Be Easy, big strong brothers like Big Rigs, you know, saying intellectuals like New Growth. I mean, I can track all these different types of brothers that telling me I must be doing a little something right. All right, who else came on this? Who got? Did I tell you? Rorschach, strong performance. Rorschach, strong performance as usual. Who else came on? Mr. He Said. Mr. He Said. I believe that was his first time. That was his maiden voyage. Strong performance. Strong performance. Strong performance. Came through. Hit one out of the park. Strong performance for Mr. He Said. Shout out to Mr. He Said. Came on in maiden voyage. Hit it like a champ. Hit it like a champ. Okay, y'all. That's it. You know, tomorrow we got the regular show where we got the Black History Minute. We got the Black History Minute. We got the Job of the Week. We got the news, the hit parade. We got everything, and then we're gonna get into the main topic. And so we're gonna move in from there. I hope to see y'all tomorrow morning, or if you got time, hang out with us for another hour. So I think we're only gonna go for like an hour or so on this topic with Dr. Bay. I'm just basically her explaining stuff. But if you got time, hang out, check that one out, and see what you think. Anyway, I thank everybody. Thank everybody that came on the panel. Thank everybody in the chat. My sister OG Patrice. Thank you for always being out there supporting your brother. Appreciate you. And all of y'all for supporting your brother. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate all of y'all, because all of y'all are vitally important to making this show go. The reason why we do all of this is because of y'all. So I appreciate all of y'all. All right, y'all. I'm gonna let y'all go, and give me about 5 or 4 or 5 minutes, and we're gonna start with Dr. Bay. All right, peace.